as we like to think that we are. So what I'm going to go over real brief right now is what the attributes are of the good black woman. Since she's not on television, we may not recognize her. Okay. Now, the good black woman has 7 attributes, and then I'm going to explain to you how to utilize those in your day-to-day life. The good black woman has self-discipline, courteousness, cheerfulness, self-respect, intelligence, cleanliness, and love. Now, we've heard that terminology. You know, it's like one of those where they tell you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. What do that mean? You know, how can I make that functional in my day-to-day life to benefit me as a practice? It sounds like all theory. Where's the practicum? What do I do? The good black woman has self-discipline. That's self-control. Let me make that real for you, sisters. We can start with our mouth. The good black woman can control her mouth. She don't have to say everything that comes up. It's okay if he get the last word sometime. You know, she don't cuss in public. And she works on not cussing in private. She don't tear a man down with her mouth because they can't out-argue us. Can't nobody out-argue us. I have charged that we nag our men too much. We keep our men's head tied up so much with our petty grievances about our personal relationship that he don't have time to think and plan for our future. Because he got to deal with what's going to happen with us every day. You know, it's real odd. When the black man come home, he almost have to do a wind test or stick his toe in the door. He don't know what's late. He don't know who is there today. He know it's a possibility that there's some kind of new monster that he didn't even know about yesterday. So, you know, we need to not make it like that. We need to not be so vicious with our mouth. You know, men are not petty like that. They're not going to out-argue us. And it has been proven that verbal abuse is just as harmful as physical abuse. So let's not use our mouth to do that to him. The good black woman is courteous. She says, thank you, baby. I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate every effort you make. Try harder. I'm going to work with you. Thank you. I know you did your best. Now that's a whole new language. But just to say that during the course of the day, every day, with the man that you're trying to be with or want to be with, will make our life easier. We can't get it if we don't give it. We keep wanting them to give us and do something for us that we refuse to do and give to them. It don't work like that. The good black woman has self-respect. She don't have to go out naked just to get the attention of a man. I have sisters all over the country, and they come up to me after the lectures, and they'll be talking to me, and they'll say, well, you know, all he think about is sex. All he think about is my body. I said, why don't you show him something else? And then here's the really good one. They'll come up and they'll have on a weave. They have on false eyelashes, another whole face, false fingernails, and all of that. And then they'll say, but I'm looking for a real man. It's real deep. I say, why? What you want a real man for? The good black woman can pull a dress down without thinking that it devalues her. She doesn't have to use her body because she has so many other good attributes about herself to get the attention of a man. We can take the sisters in a position to take all of the charge and sexual energy out of the black community by just dressing differently. We have the power and control over that. That don't stop you from being beautiful. That don't stop you from getting a man. And it certainly puts things on the right perspective so some other judgments can be made other than physical. It don't take no knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to have a sexual reaction. That's the most base. We spend less time doing that than anything else we do. So, that doesn't always have to be the forefront issue. We know we are capable of that. The good black woman has intelligence, meaning that she knows how to behave properly in the streets. She's not in the wrong place. Some of our women don't know what else to do other than go to the bar. They need some activities. Some of our women thinking that staying home on the weekend is some kind of sin. Some of our women think that if they don't have a new outfit to wear every day, that they're going to self-destruct. We have a lot of just that kind of nonsense going. Every time we buy new outfits and clothes or whatever, all we're doing is sending money out of our community. We don't own no clothing stores. If the white man closed the shoe factory, we'd all be here barefooted tonight. We don't own no shoe factories. Very base things that we don't own, that we put our money into and demand we have to have them. A lot of times our men look at us and know that he ain't never going to be able to make enough money to give us all of the things we say we want. And don't no man want to be with no woman who he constantly got to deny her the things that she says she wants. And that represents failure to him, to have to always, not be able to provide us with what we ask for. One of the ways we can do that is to start being satisfied with less. The good black woman is clean. Now that's a hard one. The good black woman try to keep the house clean. Good black woman is clean by her own body. A lot of those things we kind of take for granted, but all of our people don't know about that. There are people who are angry with me because I even described the fact that some of us as sisters don't have the proper personal hygiene, as if that don't exist. We have too much falsehood and pretense going about our condition. Everybody that's dressed up ain't clean. That's just the truth. We have to look at our condition in the light of truth. Stop reacting emotionally and pretending that just because we don't want to. One of the most difficult things that I deal with out here is trying to teach our people the difference between an actual fact and an opinion. Our people think that they can accept or reject truth based on how they feel about it. Your feelings don't change the truth. The truth is just going to be there. You can feel any kind of way you want to feel about it. Those kind of emotions have kept us from growing, because anything we don't like, we just reject that and say, well, I don't believe that. That don't mean that it's not the truth. It just makes you a disbeliever. The good black woman practices non-possessive loving. Now, y'all know that's a hard one. Now, envy is wanting what someone else has. And jealousy, of course, is just selfishness. Non-possessive loving is not an easy one for us to practice. And, of course, I have a lot of sisters and some brothers who are in disagreement with me saying that. But the actual fact is that our men are outnumbered about 5-1. And nature is going to require that the men take responsibility for more than one woman and her children. Most of our men have children by more than one woman anyway. So I don't know why that was such a surprise, allegedly, when I said that. The black man has not been waiting on me to tell him he could have more than one woman. I'm in agreement with the rest of y'all. I don't think he should do that, but I feel like you did. There are some things perhaps about the nature of our man that we have been given some definitions about that are not true. There are some things he can do that we call him a dog. We do not have the same capabilities as a man. I am not talking about fornication and adultery. That's something else. I'm talking about actual responsibility of fatherhood and husbandhood of another family. That's quite different from fornication and adultery.
What's going on? This is another day, another video. I hope to make this a classic. This is pretty much an attempt to drill down on the social dilemma in America as well as in Black society. So, one of the biggest issues in Black society is inside the home. The speaker in that video is no other than Dr. Shahrazad Ali. She is basically a member of the Nation of Islam. She is pretty much a doctor as well as an author. She wrote quite a few books. Her books are still being sold for actually more than what she had originally priced the books back in the late 80s, early 90s. That just goes to show how valuable her books are. So one of her books is actually The Guide to Understanding the Black Man, and another book of hers is Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. She also has a book about pork, the pig. One of the things about the Nation of Islam is that it is an example. It's not perfect, but it is an example of trying to self-correct the problems in Black society. It is not a perfectionist system. It is something that is an attempt to address the issues in Black society. Okay, so they do a pretty good job in addressing that, but it is very difficult, I will say, to address people's personal mental health issues as well as demons. Well, as you could even go even further metaphysically to generational curses and all kind of other things. Very difficult to address the problems of Black people as far as their issues. Black people, I do believe, have some type of I call it PTSD, post-traumatic slavery disorder. I think pretty much every Black person in America has some form of PTSD. Okay, and it also is a continuing struggle because basically that is an issue in America. One of the issues in America is dealing with racism, bigotry, discrimination, all kind of other problems. I mean, we are definitely not left alone in many regards. It's a history of pretty much us not being left alone. You know, I'll just leave it at that. Pretty much that leads to the first order of business, order of operations, which is basically life is a journey of competition. Okay, what do I mean by that? What do I mean about life is a journey of competition? We are humans, right? But we also, a lot of people don't like to think about it or like to address it, but we are animals. And one thing that I know about the animal kingdom that a lot of people do forget is that we are competitive just like any other animals. You know, a lot of people, they try to forget that or mask that, hide that, but we are definitely competitive beings. We're competitive animals. Okay. It is a game of competition. Don't let anybody tell you anything otherwise. If they do, it is all cap. You know, it is people that definitely make sacrifices. I do agree to that. But life is definitely a game of competition. Once you understand that, once you really address that reality, because that's a reality. Once you address that, is the further that you realize that what you need to do. You know, reality tells you what you need to do and what needs to be done. And as far as in that competition, if you look at society, right? You look at society, well, you can definitely see that competition. You can see that competition everywhere you go. And in that competition, what you see is that very much everybody is in little cliques, circles, organizations, uh, all kind of different segments of society. I've talked about the four segments of society. You have basically the underground, where or a lot of people go by System D. It's called System D, and pretty much that is the underground economy. Okay, and then you have also the theological part of society, the private society, and that's where a lot of different groups mingle, is in private. That's pretty much private clubs. And then you have the public. Okay, so one of the videos I've did on that is in my video library. If you want to find out more about that, you can look that video up. But one of the things about that is that it kind of goes in correlation with the competition of basically societies. Okay, um you don't get anything. Nothing is entitled to you unless it is already entitled to you. We all are born with what? Different spoons. I have a video about that. Some people are born with plastic spoons, wooden spoons, copper spoons, gold spoons, platinum spoons, basically. Depending on where you're born, it does matter. And what spoon you were born with, it does matter. Because it's kind of like, we all born with a deck of cards, or basically a hand of cards. Some we have a good hand, some we have to fold, some we have to fake it, to bluff. Like, that's one of the things also maybe I should do a video about, because I'm definitely a poker player. I definitely know how to play poker. And one of the things about it is, I think that's why a lot of people do this. One of the things about playing poker, if you have a bad hand, you basically are bluffing. You could bluff your way to make your opponent think that you have a better hand. And a lot of what people do is bluff. That's what they do. They bluff. They make it seem like their hand is better than what it is. Right? But at the end of the day, if you know, and a lot of people can see through that. That's one of the reasons why people don't really like my channel, is because I see through the bullshit. It all goes back to the money. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it goes back to the power, the money, the resources, the land, all of this stuff right here. This is pretty much alive and well, you know. So a long time ago, things were pretty defined. What's going on, Alonzo? People pretty much knew, like, just say, let's go back. My grandma, she's like 80, she's in her late 80s. Back when she was born, and even when she had my mom, things were more defined because it was just not that much opportunities. Everything, if you thought you hate elite people now, well, back then it was pretty much very close to this hierarchy system right here. If you were born poor and your family was struggling, you had very few options. It was the military, and then there was a lot of turmoil going on around that time. It was wars. A lot of the times, I think the people don't really, they forget about Chicago as far as the violence. Chicago has a violence of the mafia in Chicago, in the 20s and the 30s and even before. And one of the things about that time, there was also a black mob in Chicago. And the thing about that is, I find a correlation with World War I, World War II, and a lot of the mafia kind of battles that went on in America, in New York, in Chicago, Boston. It seems to be some type of correlation. It would be something I would probably be intrigued to talk about with someone that maybe is a historian or something like that. But as I digress back, yeah, it was pretty much well defined. It was like, if you were, a lot of black people actually lived in the slums. If you thought Chicago or New York, the projects and stuff like that is bad, well, in the 30s and 20s, when my grandma was born, definitely with my great grandmother, great grandfather, right? When they were born, a lot of black people just lived in the slums. It was literally the slums. Actually, believe it or not, the projects, actually, what preceded that was the slums. A lot of the poor people that moved in the projects, when it was nice, in Chicago. And then New York still has a lot of projects. I'm sure Alonzo could elaborate on that. Pretty much, um, it's pretty much like a situation where you already understand coming out the gate how competitive it is. You realize, okay, even to be honest with you, what I'm talking about is pretty much relationships. What I'm going to is actually relationships. How an intact family, it's very difficult for a single family, such as a woman with kids or a man with kids by itself, to compete with a family of a male and a female and a parental unit of children with pretty much a man and a woman in a household. It's very difficult for a single family, okay, to compete with that. Very much so. Is even statistically, a lot of single mothers are in poverty, right? Because it's very difficult to actually get childcare. It's very difficult to actually pay for things and work a job. I mean, it's a very high percentage of women that just basically collect welfare, government subsidies, because it's just a lot easier to do that than work an actual job. In a lot of cases, when you break down the actual governmental benefits, it's more than what you will get from working a job. Or even if you just work a job at, like, say, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, whatever, Target, you you still can collect those government benefits. So it's very much a situation where, You know, this is something that a lot of people don't really talk about. They complain about, you know, this and that, but they might not have the ability to break it down. But you know, this is my attempt to do so. But at the same time, you know, it is a situation where, like I said, back in the day, like 20s, 30s, even up to the 50s and 60s, you very much knew most of the jobs were, if you had no education, you had to pretty much be a cook, a nanny, and pretty much a maid. I mean, those were pretty much a lot of what those jobs consisted of. I mean, yeah, it was a lot. It was outliers. It was definitely outliers. You know, it was, you know, Madam C.J. Walkers and other business women and businessmen. It was very rare, but it was outliers. You know, but it was very few far between until now. But it is always have been a game of competition. And even just to be honest, young children are not stupid. You know, this is just a warning. Like, you know, you might think, okay, I understand, I get it. You know, I'm a participant, right? You might think that, okay, I'll just be a single mom and I'll be okay, and you know, even be a single dad, whatever. And your children gonna go to school. They're gonna watch TV. They're gonna read magazines. They're gonna get on the internet. And what they're gonna see is, after they get a certain age, they're gonna start noticing, and they're gonna have a longing, like even my daughters have. My daughters have a longing for their mother and their father to be together. They're trying to figure it out in their little brains why their mom and dad can't be with each other. You know, and I'm starting to kind of slowly give them, you know, the truth. You know, mommy and daddy couldn't get along. You know, we just couldn't get along. You know, but the thing is that yeah, just kind of like, it's a dichotomy of, do you want children by any means, or do you want perfection, as close to perfection as you can before you have children or whatever. I guess that's the whole meat and potatoes of the situation. At the time, I would say I wasn't necessarily looking for perfection. I was looking to have children, but the thing is that, you know, this is, like I said, this is a competition. This is a game. This life is a game of competition. While you trying to figure everything else out, somebody is already prepared. And I'm not to say that, you know, being in a intact family is still not competitive. It's not like if you have an intact, because we all know, okay, Al Capone came from, as far as I know, an intact family. Okay, he had his mom and his dad, but he still became Al Capone. Okay, it's not even perfection if you even have an intact, if you even come from an intact family, right? You know, Alonzo is in the basically the insurance business. And just in case you didn't know, the insurance business, one of the things I'll never forget, my recent conversations with my uncle, and you know, he's been married for, what, about at least probably close to 40 years now. Um, you know, basically, I reminded him, you know, basically, the United States is the wealth in this country is primarily the banks. You know, the banks pretty much, you know. And we was talking about the cartels and the banks, and he reminded me of something that I really didn't think about. He reminded me that it's also insurance. Insurance is also it's the silent, um, basically, um, tool that the banks also use, to make money. It's also, one of those things that people don't think about. Warren Buffett, one of his biggest gems of his earliest financial portfolios of his investments was Geico. That was his gem, and is probably, you could even argue, one of his biggest gems to date, as of even now. Geico, an insurance conglomerate. So you got banks, you got insurance companies. Those are the two twin towers of wealth in this country. And I mean, just a reminder, basically, the actual percentages of black people that actually have insurance is almost less than 10%. Okay, black people, one of the things about black people is that they don't really have insurance. Now, I will say this: there is a certain level of discrimination in the insurance business. I mean, it always is a little troll in every scenario as well. It's always something. It's a snake hiding in the grass, and in almost every scenario that explains why things are the way they are. You know, um, it is very much a situation where you have to really look into things. I would even say, if you can't get insurance, you might need to think about being heavy on other assets to actually kind of make your own insurance. Make your own insurance arm, such as, like, buy some real estate, make sure you get a good investment on it, and hold it into your estate. Make some type of estate plan where you have, real estate, because you might not be able to get insurance. You might not be able to qualify for a good rate or something, whatever the case may be. It's other ways to make sure you have some type of wealth to pass on to your children. And also, going back to the intact family, going back to, basically the competition of society. Thank you. Because I definitely was thinking about, what the hell does Geico? I remember something about government. What does that stand for? Oh, yeah, yeah. Definitely. You let me drop the link. I haven't had anybody go live in so long, man. It's crazy. I think people have been boycotting me. Oh man, but yeah, you welcome. Come on up. But yeah, this is a competition. This is a game of competition. What's going on? Let me take this off here. What's going on, Alonzo?
What
So
happened, bro? Oh, my fault. Hold on. Let me pause the YouTube in the back. Hold up. My
okay.
fault.
Let
Yeah.
me change
Thank you
my
for having me.
microphone too, because I got this just kind of solo dolo.
All good. But yeah, man, I definitely appreciate, you bringing me up, number one. Number two, you showing me the love out of the blue. Obviously, you owe me no loyalty. So when brothers do stuff like that, I appreciate it. Especially when it comes to, what I'm saying, like the message that I'm trying to push out there. Um,
Man, I ain't no hater, man. I can't speak for nobody else, but I ain't no hater. I'm a congratulator, man. You know what I'm saying? Till otherwise noted. So yeah.
Understood.
I just pretty much what did you get any like clients, any new clients? Cause I do one thing about me, I do know a lot of rich people, man. A lot, and even rich people you never know who's listening to you, bro. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, rich people, they'll hide in the shadows, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, something I learned, obviously practicing your craft, you have to learn a multitude of different things. So, obviously, in light of the last 2 years, a lot of financial services firms have been moving to digital sales. One of the studies has shown now that 6 out of 10 people go to the internet for their financial knowledge. Which is kind of why I do what I do with my channel. And I want to ask a question. Actually, I was thinking of changing the name of my channel from Alonzo Horta All Star Advisor to About That Life Insurance and Financial Services podcast.
hmm I'm
And I
not
think that'll
sure.
catch more people.
I'm not sure about the channel name stuff. Like I seen people do it. I thought about doing it because um it's something that I'm definitely I've kind of had a change in financial status as far as being broke, but
Hmm.
I mean it's still kind of like a brand, so that's why I just kind of kept the name. But I'm definitely not broke anymore, thankfully. but
Understood.
but yeah, like I mean, did you get like I don't know, like did anybody come like say, man, I found out your information from this dude named Abdul or the Broke Genius or something like that? Or because I mean, like I
um,
say, go ahead.
Not as of yet. What I'll do is in the back chat, I'll drop the link to my new website. It's a landing page. It's very easy to use for people they can actually just schedule an appointment right from that website. Actually, let me put it in the back chat for you now. Give me 1 second.
Okay, okay,
Uh,
no problem.
what is it?
Man, you know what? I'll give you modification, man. I mean, I'll give you my status because I mean, basically, I mean, I've been following you for at least a year and a half, maybe
Wow.
even 2 years. So I mean, I remember, man. I was last time I was on your live stream. I think I was in an Airbnb um somewhere near O'Hare. So like basically, yeah. I mean that was at least a year and a half ago. So
Wow.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you ain't no stranger, man.
Well, I appreciate it. And I was happy, like, because I'll be honest, this internet stuff was new to me. I initially started it for real estate purposes. I was a real estate agent in New York City, and what I got tired of was what we call looky-loos or tire kickers, which are people whom want to go see a house, but they are unable to show proof of funds. So what I started doing was getting access to listings and just doing a walkthrough by carrying my phone. And then when they say, "Hey, I want to see 123 Main Street," I'd send them the YouTube video until they sent me proof of funds, either a pre-approval or a bank statement showing they got X amount of dollars. And then at which point I would get the keys and give them access to the property. But before I just started it to send people that. So I had like 16 followers. And then me and my brother was talking when the pandemic first hit, and we was talking about how Takashi 69 got big, and he was like, "Yo, it don't matter what you put out, just put out a video every day." and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I put out 90 days straight of videos about insurance on Facebook. And then I stumbled onto YouTube through unincidental, unintentional manosphere content. Um, and I got a couple clients through there, so that's cool too.
hmm
But just through YouTube in general, I've actually gotten some clients. But my goal is ultimately to attract other gentlemen and individuals like myself, um, into the industry. Recently at the last CAAFP, which is Conference of African American Financial Professionals, they stated that only 6.7% of the industry that's licensed financial advisors are black. We got a lot of people who are running around calling themselves, the Wall Street Trapper. No diss to the actual person, but that's just a name I could come up with, or Forex
Hmm.
Guru, and
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
this financial guy, and they're not.
Hmm.
There's a reason for these licensures.
Hmm.
A lot of these credentials is really just so that there's recourse. So
Hmm.
if I say to you, yo, broke genius, give me 20,000, right? And
Hmm.
then I run off with your 20 racks,
Hmm.
there's some recourse you have against me,
Hmm.
right? Or if
Hmm.
I cause you to lose that. Now,
Hmm.
if, Joe Blow, the guy who knows, tells you, listen, buy AMC and Bitcoin, and then you lose all your money, there's no
Hmm.
recourse. There's actual
Hmm.
recourse from me telling you, hey, buy ABCXYZ,
Hmm. Yeah,
right?
like what you talking about is pretty much something that is like I see a lot of people, and a lot of people are good at this. It's no shade. Like some people are very good entertainers, or even you might want to say social. They're very good socially. Like they're able to garner um a lot of attention from other people through charismatic, means or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I get it. You're able to kind of like be a really good marketer or whatever. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not that necessarily good at that. I might not even really care about that. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna monkey dance for you. I'm not gonna do the drip dance. I'm probably not gonna, go live and then, break dance or nothing like that. I mean, I'm just gonna come on, give you the good word, and go about my day. But some people, I mean, hey, some people, hey, I looked at the breakdown of what people come on YouTube for,
Hmm.
and you go to PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, and all of that. Like they go on YouTube for entertainment, mainly
Yeah.
kids entertainment. Actually, that's one of the biggest cash cows on YouTube is actually kids entertainment. The second is music, and
Mm.
then just entertainment in general. Like the Jake Pauls or Paul, whatever the Paul brothers,
The Paul
and
brothers, yeah.
yeah, and Mr. Beast and all of them. Like that's what they come on YouTube for. Like I mean, I respect the market, but I ain't. I'm not necessarily trying to do that. I didn't come on YouTube to do that. That ain't my thing. Sometimes I might give you a little entertainment or do something different, but I mean that just ain't my thing, man. If I'm too dry and I'm too boring, my message ain't for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know, um, I mean, I'm here trying to talk to kings. I thought about that today. I thought about that the other day. My message is for kings. It's not for people that want to be below a peasant, because
Mm.
pretty much even peasants and serfs had at least a shack or something like that, a little small house. A lot of
Hmm.
people don't even have that. You know, we
Mm.
talk we living in shanty, apartments and shit like that, and then we got a brand new Audi outside and Hellcat and stuff like that. So we living backwards. That's why I started everything off about, my first point was that this is a competition, you know.
I believe so. Actually, if I can, I do call myself. I'm gonna change my picture right quick, really quick, just because I call myself the insurance junkie for a reason. um, but
Yeah,
but I
Pookie,
think,
huh?
yeah, yeah. I used to be a pookie. That's how I got shot
Man,
5 times, right? Um,
wow.
but in terms of that, family is a flex. I think that's one of the largest flexes that you can have, right?
Mhm,
And we look at things like you were saying about like not qualifying for insurance or
mhm,
self-insuring. That's what I wanted to kind of touch on. Even in families, there are great ways you can do that. So one of the things, and this is another failure of financial professionals like myself in the industry. Obviously, I don't fail, but I'm one of the financial professionals, so I got to lump myself in that group, right? So where we fail is a lot of us don't do the complete job, especially when they're just an insurance agent, right? They come in, they sell your insurance policy, they don't identify and protect your lifestyle. So people think, I got insurance, I'm good. Then they don't do things like hook you up with an estate planning attorney to make sure that your family wishes are carried out, right? So then we look at it like this. I set you up with an estate planning attorney and you create an irrevocable family trust, kind of like how the Rockefellers did, right? They put whole life insurance on everybody in the family and put it in a trust. When anybody died in the family, $1 million goes in the family bank, right?
You ain't even see that one coming.
I
But
did.
that's why I was quiet. I'm like, this dude drops a straight bomb, you know. I mean, but that's gonna go over people's heads. That's gonna go. How many people's heads is that's gonna go over? I mean,
A lot.
and then it's like, I guess, what would that require? I guess that seems so difficult, and it is. It very much is, because what you're talking about is a trust, and you
Mhm.
have to have something to put in that trust, right? It's not.
Well,
It's not.
here's the thing.
Mhm.
So here's the beautiful thing, right? Like I said, life insurance you can qualify for life insurance for pennies on the dollar. First things first, what we, especially in our community, have to understand is the difference between life insurance and death insurance. What we've been sold the idea of is death insurance. When I die, my family gets a check for $1 million. Well, I don't want to pay a whole bunch of money a month for that.
Right. I
But
mean,
what?
shout
Oh,
out
sorry. Go
to
ahead.
shout out to Sweetie Pie's son. She killed he killed her
Hmm.
nephew, because basically, actually, her grandson, for the death insurance. They found out, investigated it. He wanted to actually, cap and hang around. He was hanging around a celebrity. He was trying to be 100 octane, but he ain't have enough gas to put in the tank. So he came up with the idea to kill his Pookie nephew and get the death insurance from it. I just had to point that out because it's compelling news, because he just copped a deal to where he gets a certain, well, he basically, um yeah, he probably most likely copped a deal, but he's about to get sentenced. He pleaded guilty for the murder just this week.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. That might be some content for me to do.
I mean,
Thank you.
I'm on it, bro. I'm a news hound. That's one thing
Yep.
people don't know. Like, you can see that if you see my Facebook page. I drop some news stories that people don't be on abreast about. I check a lot of different sources. So yeah, that's definitely something that you could probably talk about on your side. But yeah, that is actually what happened. They found out because they put the pieces together. He had just signed a policy,
Mm-hmm.
and he got a hitter. He actually got somebody that sells insurance to set it up, and
Oh
then
damn.
he got the guy that set up the insurance. He reached out to somebody that's a hitter and made it happen. And then they put the two pieces together. They got the paperwork signed, and yeah.
You big dummy.
Yeah.
That's
So
crazy.
yeah, but
And
yeah.
they did that before I finish explaining about life insurance and death insurance. That's more death insurance. When I die, the family get a check. But they also did something like that in Queens with death insurance. Um, Accidental death and dismemberment, right? Which is not life insurance. That's literally death insurance because you got to basically be murdered in order for that policy to pay out. But
Hmm.
they was what they was doing. They're also very inexpensive policies to get. But what they was doing was they was going around Queens and they was finding homeless people and giving them, $50, $100, whatever, and paying the premium, which might be $500 a year. So they coming out of their pocket maybe $1,000 altogether, right? But then a year later, they knock off the bum
Mm-hmm.
and then cash out
Mm.
250 racks. Yeah,
Mm. Dang.
they
That is
was doing this for
crazy.
years.
Wow.
And I
Wow.
was like, yo,
That is crazy.
I was like, wow, dudes are crazy. I
Mm,
appreciate that, bro.
no problem.
So that's death insurance, though, is when I die, somebody gets a check.
Mm,
Life insurance can actually be used for multitudes of purposes, right? So, Genius, I'm sure are you familiar with an amortization schedule?
yeah, yeah. I'm hip to it. My grandfather, he used to, after he closed his multimillionaire business, he had a pharmacy. He had a laundromat. He had apartments up above the building, and he had a liquor store. His liquor store was his cash cow.
Mm.
After the pharmacy, after he sold the pharmacy, so he had sold his business to the Arabians in the late '90s, and then he started to go into insurance, and he started to work for a company called Atlanta Life Insurance, and
Oh, snap. That's
yeah,
Alonzo Herndon.
yeah, so he was like a top insurance broker. He used to go to Atlanta and go to events, and he was like the top selling insurance person in the country. So I know a little bit about insurance. A lot of times I don't get to tell the fine details. Sometimes be honest, I forget. But yeah, after he closed up shop, he went into insurance for about a good 10 years. He was able to do, pretty much whatever. He was able to fish, garden, travel back down south to Mississippi where he was from quite regularly, and still sell policies because he was very social. He used to my granddaddy loved to drink. That's why the liquor store was like his pretty much his flagship operation.
Mm.
And and I pretty much work for the company. I just was let go just recently for one of the biggest suppliers of his business, which
Oh,
was
wow.
Diageo. They sell Smirnoff, Bombay, Tanqueray, Ciroc, um, Crown Royal. So he was literally I literally was working for the company where he was actually selling the actual liquor in his store. He had his store for about since the 1960s till the late 90s. So
Damn.
yeah, yeah, he and I gotta say, for people that are interested in the liquor business, you should look into it, because the thing about it is, if you can get that liquor license, you can, like in the Chicagoland area, you got $1 million establishment in the hood. If you're
Mm.
outside the hood, you can make even more money, because I mean, let's just face it, people drinking liquor, they drinking liquor more now than ever before, because it's a lot of stuff going on, and it's a de-stressor. But yeah, he sold insurance, and he used to, like I say, he used to go to bars a lot. Like, I mean, he was a bar head, so he used to hang out the bars and sell insurance. And a
Mm.
lot of people he knew a lot of people. He was a Prince Hall Mason,
Okay.
so he knew a lot of people. He knew Jesse Jackson. One of
That's
his
in my
best
beat.
Yeah, one of his best friends was the senator, the last black senator. Well, not the last, but the last senator of Illinois, black senator of Illinois, Roland Burris. That was his buddy. They used to work at the bank together, Continental Bank, back in the '60s,
Mm.
and um, he pretty much yeah, worked there, and then he left the bank, saved some money, and started the pharmacy with his army buddy. And even
Wow.
him being a partner, being a 50-50 partner, he still was able to make be a millionaire with a partner. So, yeah, I know quite a little bit about insurance. I mean, I bought a couple policies from him, but I was never able to really sustain it because my life was very chaotic, and a lot of turmoil. And one thing about all of this is definitely, as far as going back to competition, consistency is key. Always, you know, um, being consistent in everything is pretty much key. So I wasn't consistent back then, but I had a whole life policy. I had annuity. But yeah, go ahead. I just had to just put that out there.
No, no problem. I appreciate it. I need to learn to listen more anyway, because I tend to talk a lot, and even with clients. But it's because it's a lot to explain. And I like to try and give it to you in, spoonful of doses.
Hmm.
So, the life insurance, like I said, is to cover life events. If you want to do stuff like, you know, like you were saying, instead of not qualifying, well, there's a couple ways you qualify. One is with your health and your age. Well, you can apply for life insurance as soon as somebody is 15 days old, right? So get ready to drop another bomb.
Hmm.
If your child is 15 days old and you want to say, start saving up some money for them to go to college. Worst case scenario, I'm going to give you worst case scenario. Life insurance grows at a monthly compound interest rate of 2%. If you were to put that money in Marcus Millichap, which is the highest yield interest rate money market account, you get 0.5% APY, annual percentage yield. So would you rather 50 cent a month? 50 cent a year off of $100 that you put away, or $2 a month off of $100 that you put away, right? So now you're saving up this money. So by the time your kid is ready for college, there's cash in that life insurance policy because you started when they were 15 days old and the cost of insurance was 10 cents, but you put $100 a month away instead of putting it at Chase Bank, where you need a minimum balance of $15,000 to get 0.002% interest.
Hmm.
Perfect timing, man.
Now I got another insurance story for you, because see, a lot of times I forget, because there's so much things that happen in life. It's just a lot of, like, stuff that I just I just forget. I wouldn't tell anybody it because it doesn't come up in conversation like that. But my ex-wife, um, she used to work for two white guys. They were like elderly, and they sold insurance. They
Hmm.
primarily sold whole life insurance. Now,
Hmm.
here's the unique thing about these guys. These guys were in their 70s. What her job was is, because they were not really internet savvy, her job was to pretty much print out the basically respond to the emails.
Hmm.
They would handwrite or type out um a response of what they wanted her to email back to the clients. And basically they sold whole life insurance for primarily the 1%, or at the very least the 10%. So
Hmm.
pretty much wealthy clients. And some of these policies were multi-million dollar policies, 20, 30-year policies, where people would get loans off of them,
Hmm.
like 100 grand, $500,000. And he would try to make sure, well, the guys that had the insurance firm would try to make sure even they'll pay for the policy to keep it going, to help out their clients, because these were policies that were very lucrative. After like
Yeah.
20 and 30 years, the premium for some of these policies, like multi-million dollar policies, $500,000 policies and stuff like that, and you can loan off of it. So it's kind of like a way to have your own bank. Hold
Yeah, it's called. Yeah,
on.
that's
I'm
that's
just
called the
not rich
infinite
yet,
bank.
bro. I'm just not rich yet, bro. That's the only thing. that's
You
that's it.
rich, the numbers in the bank account just ain't caught up.
I mean, I'm be honest with you. I mean, I'm richer than a lot of people, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I might a lot of people associate intelligence with what's in your bank account, and it doesn't
True.
necessarily add up. Nikola Tesla was broke before he died. I ain't even gotta say no more. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people that died broke.
Fact.
Um, what I'm saying? A lot of people that were broke before they got the money too. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
So yeah, I mean, you go ahead, bro. Elaborate.
But so what you're talking about is the infinite banking concept, and excuse me because I'm munching on some of my wife's chips while she in the bedroom sleep.
Oh, for
So,
sure.
um, you gotta do that, sneaking your wife's snacks every once in a while.
Hmm. Most
um,
definitely.
this should be pissing her off, bro.
Gotta keep her pissed off, man.
Big fact. But so infinite banking, there's a few different things that happen. So these gentlemen definitely came from an older era in insurance, probably in the 70s. And this is the reason that you had people like A.L. Williams, Sue Zorman, and Dave Ramsey say things like buy term, invest the rest, which makes no sense. I'll explain that to you guys probably like later. Between the difference between the average investment is 10 grand, which is $834 a month. So if somebody's struggling to pay $300 a month on a cash value life insurance policy, how you going to tell them to invest the rest?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
So anyway, um, mm, these the barbecue chips too. These shit smacking.
Oh yeah. The Frito Lays.
Yep,
Oh, okay. Yep. Yep.
and they wavy, but
Shout out to Pepsi. I think Pepsi owns Frito Lay.
I
If I'm not
believe so.
correct. Yeah.
Damn, yeah, it is. It's deep in these fields, in these trenches. But so
Hmm.
the infinite banking concept, there's a lot of different things that happen with that. In the 70s, buy term investor difference became popular because the IRS came up with something called Tamra 7 Pay. Because what would happen was guys like the guys you were talking about and people like Donald Trump would stuff boatloads of money into life insurance policies, cash value, and because they grew tax free and you could withdraw the money tax free, and life insurance was growing at stupid high percentage rates at that point, like 12%. People would stuff the money in there, thousands of dollars, not worry about what the death benefit was. I'll explain that to you. You know what? I'll do a video about that because I know at least you watch, so I know at least you'll see it so you can understand it.
Okay.
But that's how I rock. Like I don't really care too much about subscribers and stuff. I care about the people who
You,
rock
I,
with me.
I, I didn't get a chance to tell you that. Don't do that. Don't ever really do that. Because see, here's
Mm,
the thing. Like, shout out to, Saint Kevin, man. I mean, Kevin actually was a just kind of like most YouTubers. He started off like a fledgling YouTuber. He actually
mm,
used to do videos in his car. He made a note of that, many times on his live stream. He was broke. He didn't necessarily. A lot of times, people are not necessarily trying to elaborate on that, but he wasn't always highly cashed up, you know what I'm saying? Like he
mm,
was doing car videos in a parking lot somewhere. And then I think he even said he had a beat up Chevy or something like that or whatever, a hoopty. So it's like, I mean, sometimes it's kind of like it's like a upstart or a business. It just takes some time and some effort and some longevity for people to kind of rock with you. It really is like this. It's kind of like this. It's not really that complicated. um, it's like if you can get to a point where you have one or two, let's just say for starters, one good follower or one good subscriber or um I don't want to say client, but a person that rocks with you. If you
mhm,
get one person that rock with you, right? You know what I'm saying? Like right now, you're winning that argument right now. I mean, and it changes. People, life happens. People go away and stuff like that. One of my
mhm.
biggest guys was a young guy that I think now he's in the army. Soul Shader. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Like he you know what I'm saying? Like and I'm pretty sure he's gonna be, by the time he's in his late 20s, early 30s, he ain't gonna be no joke, man. He's gonna be able to really be advanced, because I wish I did have this game at a young age. But yeah, if you get one person that rocks with you heavy, that's that's one to start. And then you grow to 10, right? Heavy
Hmm.
people rocking with you, engaging with you. And then, 100, those are the people you focus on. Like you said, you're gonna make a video primarily for what you're talking about, as far as for me or whatever. And definitely reach out to me and let me know so I can stay abreast to it. But yeah, that's what it takes. Like, you just kind of you scale
Yeah.
up. Like, I mean, Mr. Beast, he started off as a little kid doing Minecraft videos. I mean,
Mm.
that was like 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Now dude's a mega millionaire, got YouTube contracts and shit like that. I
Right.
don't really know about the Paul dudes. They look like some cokeheads that just knee deep in pussy. As far as what I can see, the Paul brothers are like some like Valley boy Malibu heads, coked
Hmm.
out, tons of pussy galore. I mean, like, and I'm talking about not just white chicks. They get
Oh,
any
all
chick they want,
flavors.
all flavors, like 31, like Baskin Robbins and shit. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I gauge when I'm there, and I ain't hating. They get money. You know what I'm saying? But I got something better than coke. I got
All
this. I got the sex god. That shit keep you up and keep you going, and you ain't gotta be coked out. You ain't gotta sniff your nose, wipe your nose off and shit. So let me
right.
let me let me do a little housekeeping right there. You know what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. This is my electrician right here. It's my buddy.
All
Um,
right.
he knows my personal life. He knows what actually, he got my dirt. He got all of the dirt on me. You know what I'm saying? So
I got you.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
yep.
that's that's crazy. So, like I was saying, so those are examples of life insurance. Like you can actually use it for other shit. For
Mhm,
example, if you want to buy a house,
mhm.
instead of putting the money in Chase Bank, put it in a life insurance policy. Life insurance is very liquid. So if you go to the mortgage loan originator and you say, "Hey, I got this cash value in my life insurance. I want to use that as the down payment for my house." There,
Had to blow you up on that, but dog, go ahead.
I didn't realize I was dropping bombs, bro.
Yes, you listen. Let me tell you something. The information that you're dropping just in the last 30 minutes, I don't know how long you've been talking, is like information that people would pay for, or they would have to go out of their way to get. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, how much value that is, I'm not necessarily sure. But to be honest, like, people will pay for that in a course. They would actually
Mm.
probably pay thousands of dollars for course material. And that's another thing that you probably, there's a couple things that I want to tell you about before you finish. You might, I don't know if you go to like clubs and bars and stuff like that. That's how my grandfather used to sell a lot of insurance. I don't know if you picked up on that. But
How do you know
yeah, like, I mean, you ain't necessarily got, like, you could, if you're not a drinker, you could drink some cranberry juice or some shit,
that?
or like a club soda or some shit like that. And
Right.
then it's like you could be social and try to like kind of garner some type of friends. It's not necessarily even fake friends, it's just bar buddies. And that's how I
Mm.
used to sell a lot of insurance. Another thing is, you mentioned houses. Well, another thing about my buddy that is an electrician, Def D, he owns his house. We're pretty much, land barons. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And these are my brokest friends. Like, these ain't even my rich friends. Like, we like my brokest friends own property. That just
I got
that hold on. That's another thing,
That's a familial flex.
having a strong circle. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I don't hang around no bums. I don't talk to no bums. You know what I'm saying? Like all my homies are moving, are pushing, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They got big things and doing big things. You know what I'm saying? So um finish what you were saying about the house or wrapping your insurance into your down payment on your future property.
So just like with using your cash value in the life insurance policy that you had on your child for,
Hmm.
say, them to go to college or them to start a business, you can do the same thing with the cash value in your life insurance policy when you go to apply for a mortgage. The beauty of it being in the life insurance policy versus you just saving it in the bank is the mortgage company feels more comfortable, because even though it's pretty much just as liquid as you go into the bank, they know that it's with a secure financial institution, and you can't on a whim go and take it out and buy a brand new whip, because shit, I ain't never had $38,000 sitting in my account right now. I
I'm
I'm about to go
sitting.
buy
I'm
this whip
sit.
for 5 grand.
I'm sitting at least. I'm sitting on at least that, or if not more, sitting
Yeah.
inside it. Shit, I'm sitting inside it right now. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
real talk, no cap.
So, nothing. So you see what I'm saying? Like that that adds comfort to the insurance, not the insurance, to the mortgage company. Only reason I know that, I used to do real estate as well. So,
Hmm.
you know, and a lot of these things correlate. A lot of
Hmm.
agents, and that's why I correlate myself to Kobe Bryant
Hmm.
versus other professionals. I correlate to Smush Parker.
Hmm.
Yeah, he made it to the big leagues too, just like Kobe. But
Hmm.
whose career do we really remember?
Kobe.
Right.
Hmm.
But Kobe was hell of obsessive, right? When it came to his craft, he knew the ins and outs. He knew the people who came before him, the people who came after him, what they were good and bad at, and so on and so forth, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So, Smush was just like, oh, I'm good, I'm going to come dominate. And then
Hmm.
got out the league real fast.
Hmm.
You know? um,
Yeah.
but so there's a lot of stuff that, you know, I could be up here for hours and drop bombs if you want, bro. I don't even mind. I'm excited to do this type of stuff,
Yeah.
you know? So,
But it's like it's pretty much like a situation where the house the housing the housing flex is something also, like I say, I've never I ain't got started, man. I got time tonight, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but the thing is like I'm still on my first point of the day. And that's pretty much you know, life is a journey of competition. We going back to the apartments and all of that. That's the flex and everything, to have a nice apartment and everything. And sometimes, man, people you I know you seen this. People stay in apartments too long.
yeah,
Apartment is supposed to be a temporary flex. To speak the lingo of the youngsters, apartment is supposed to be temporary. You know what I'm saying? Like until you get on your feet, until you save some money. Um, and so you can buy a house. And then even that, I don't even want to say buy a house. Most people do have to get a mortgage. I was able to flex my house because I had to. I had bad credit. I still have bad credit to this day. I'm still a work in progress on that. I don't qualify for the rich people's money yet. But the thing is what I did was I bought a property from an actual rich man that had a slew of properties in Gary, Indiana, and I brokered a deal with seller financing. He's actually
uh,
that was what I got this property off of Craigslist. Basically, I
mm,
was looking for seller financing, and Actually, to be honest with you, bro, I wasn't even looking for seller financing. I had at the time about 8 grand, close to 8 grand in my bank account because I was basically using my actual strategy that I wrote in my book, the Millionaire Savings Plan, and I basically saved about 8 grand,
Oh,
and
really?
I basically was looking for. This was before the bubble. This was like April, March of 2020. This was way before. It was like right in the beginning of COVID, the COVID pandemic, and it was still properties in the area, different areas in the south suburbs of Chicago, definitely Chicago, as well as, of course, Gary, Indiana, parts. I don't want to say Hammond, but the south suburbs that were like under $10,000 or around $10,000. So
Mm,
I was actually trying to buy a house cash with my with Def D's friend that basically my buddy. um he actually we were supposed to go half on a property. So
mm,
I'm sitting in the room that is pretty much his. He don't know it. I ain't told him yet, but he kind of backed out of the deal because he had some other stuff going on. But he put $2,000 where, put his money where his mouth was, and he put on this deal, this house. And I mean, he said we cool, but I'm like I said, I told him, if you ever need a place, man, you got it. And
mm,
I'm in the office or whatever, third bedroom. And I mean, basically that was how I got my property, through seller financing. So I bypassed the bank and went straight to another person. And then that you didn't necessarily have to be a rich person. You can, with a lawyer, you could broker a seller financing deal, because if the property owner owns the house, they can set up a contract to where you can basically pay the owner directly for the property over time. It's
mhm,
it's not really complicated, bro. I'm gonna tell you, if you ever bought a car like on layaway, from like a car dealer, it's the same thing. It's just a
mhm,
little bit more advanced. I mean, the paperwork is of course different, but it's the same process, and people do it every day. But this
mm,
just people don't know, because everybody follows what everybody else is doing, and that's
mhm,
pretty much, a lot of black people do that. A lot of black people, they just follow a system almost. It's almost like a program. Like, you know, I don't know what kind of program I could call it, but they follow a program. If anything goes against that program, they like, you speaking Chinese to them. You know what I'm saying? Like CBD oil. Like
mm,
black people don't even use CBD oil, but CBD oil is very beneficial. It's like
mm,
super beneficial. I sell it. Um, but it's like they don't know about it. They know is weed. But
right,
you could literally take drops of CBD oil, and with THC in it, and it has the same effects of weed. And you go to you go to your office, ain't everybody know you smoke weed. You ain't gotta
mm,
put no air freshener on and shit like that. You know,
mm,
but the thing is that, back to the real estate, yeah, it's another way that you can get in the door if your credit ain't good. If you Because see, a lot of things, this whole shit with this credit, it started, in 2008. I don't know how old you are, but I mean,
I'm almost 40, bro.
oh, you same age as me, so you saw it, and you just, wherever you were, you saw it there. So you
Mm,
remember in 2008 when the Dodd-Frank Act started, because
mhm,
people were, you know, doing
that's right.
unconventional loans and no doc loans and all this other shit, right? So, okay, Dodd-Frank is good. Okay, the act was good to a sense where it made it where you have to qualify for a loan, a
Yeah.
mortgage. You had to have a certain parameter of qualifications. One of the qualifications for FHA is 585 credit score. For a conventional loan is 620. That the realtors don't even talk to you. if they smart, if it, or whatever, if they know the deal, or actually, to be honest with you, you need a pre-approval. A lot of brokers don't deal with you unless you have a pre-approval. In order to get a pre-approval, you have to pass that Dodd-Frank requirements for the mortgage, right? Well,
Yeah.
this is the fucked up thing about Dodd-Frank, or the con with it, that fucks people up. To have people, there's people living in a hotel now that they're staying in a hotel, bro. They're spending twice, if not close to twice, the cost of a regular apartment,
Hmm.
and they gotta stay in a hotel because they don't qualify for a mortgage. They don't qualify even for a fucking condo. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
it's the Dodd-Frank Act. And it's like
Right.
it's putting people in situations where they got a job, they have income, right? But they don't have the qualifications to get a mortgage, to get, you know what I'm saying, some property so they can fucking live. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
They don't
really
have
like,
traditional qualifications,
right, they
or
don't
they
have,
don't know
yeah.
because, like you said, living in a hotel,
Hmm.
one of the things they can do, and this is why I said I don't take people out, like you said, unless they have the pre-approval. But that's why I said unless they can show proof of funds, because you might not be able to get a pre-approval. But if you can show me X amount of dollars for a down payment, the realtor can actually work with you and lenders, or work with your attorney and the seller in getting you some financing. There's also alternative financing. They can get you hard money loans. There's all types of stuff.
Hmm.
But like
Well,
you said, seller financing.
yeah, it's like some of the, I'll have to put another conditional into this argument, is that some of these people don't have necessarily a lot of savings. They
Right.
probably come up with, just, and I'm just being generous, maybe 5 grand. Um,
Okay.
and the thing about it is that was enough at the Midwest. Some places in Chicago, because, like, for example, for my case, like, I said about anywhere from 10 to 15 thousand that I could come up with. Now I was going in half with a friend of mine, but like that was just to buy a house cash that I already knew was gonna need fixing up. Like my house is habitable, but to have it fully renovated, I'm looking at least another $10,000. Just to do finish the drywall, flooring, kitchen, bath, and everything, finish the basement, and that's not even the roof and everything. So it's
Mm.
like basically I'm still going to pay the cost of what this house will be to sell it. I'm not getting away from that. Even the fact that the house was only 10 grand, I paid over time, including the taxes, for about two
Right.
years. I'm not getting away from the fact that it's gonna, what the actual cost if it was move-in ready. I'm not getting away from that, right? But the
Hmm.
thing is that most people don't want to do that. Most people are not able to, they don't have the balls to buy a house cash and then wait 2 to 3 to 4 years, 5 years even, to fix it up. But the thing is that they have the ability to pay for a hotel that's, let's just say, $600, $500 a week,
Right.
which would be like damn near 2 grand. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Actually not even 2 grand, but yeah, yeah, about 2 grand a month, which is way more than what a mortgage would be.
Right.
And it's like, if let's just say they could probably afford a house that's less than 100 grand, which
Hmm.
would put them in a which would put them in an area that, let's just say, a grade D neighborhood. I mean, which is not bad. It's like, what I'm saying, it's some places that is not necessarily that bad, if
Right.
it's grade D. But the thing is that you ladder up, you know, like you know what I'm saying? Some of the people I grew up with, they did stay. Like I grew up from in a town called Dalton, Illinois. It was like a grade C neighborhood. Some
Hmm.
people, they moved up to like a grade B neighborhood, after about, let's just say, 15 years or
And
something like
15
that.
years.
10 years. Yeah, they moved up to a grade B neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? And you know, might even went to a grade A neighborhood, you
Mm,
know. So it's like the thing is that what the Dodd-Frank Act is doing for a lot of people is making it to where they can't really um kind of get they can't become they can't buy any property on a loan like over time or whatever with a
right.
mortgage. They can't qualify for a mortgage, and then apartment hustle. A lot of these white folks and these REITs bought up a lot of apartment buildings to
Mm-hmm.
where basically they make the same requirements of to qualify for a house to
Harsher.
get their apartments. Yeah, to even harsher in some cases. So literally you got people that are just priced out. They priced
I
out the
know in New
market.
York, they was doing you had to have a 700 credit score to qualify for an apartment
Oh hell
and
no.
make 40 times the rent. And 2 grand a month is a 1 bedroom apartment in New York City.
Hell
You
to the
know,
no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no.
and this was in 2017 in Brooklyn when I was doing real estate. That I had 1 bedrooms in Brooklyn for 2 grand, well 1,900 a month.
Man,
Um,
I need to get that dude from New York. The rent is too high. I need to download that real quick.
the
Man,
rent is too damn high.
that's crazy.
Again,
So,
it's relative in area. This is New York City we talking about, so
mm,
everything is asinine.
right. You know what I'm saying? I remember dude talking about rent is too damn high. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, people have moved. A lot of people moved from New York. People
Yeah,
moved to um North Carolina, Atlanta,
Texas.
Florida, Texas. Yeah, they already kind of moved already. Like a lot of people that still left, of course, but
Oh, the folks from New York are little white boys and white girls from Wisconsin who wanted to live in the city. Right
oh
now,
yeah,
they're living in
oh yeah,
micro apartments. So, like,
oh
I used to live in a big brownstone, but they sold it for like $5 bazillion, and the people who came and bought it, just like you said, these REITs and these micro companies, and these brownstones were humongous. I used to live in the same neighborhood as Jackie Robinson, and they chopped these apartments up into like 7 1 bedroom apartments when originally the house was like a single family home with like 4 bedrooms, right? And I mean, it's crazy, bro, the way that they do these things.
yeah, yeah. It is. I mean, like I really don't know that much about it. Like I've never lived in New York. I will say Chicago is getting close, is trying to catch up to New York
Mhm.
because you got the North Side, which is pretty much white folks, right? That's where the shit is like close to New York. Like I mean, where you go to pretty much the loop, even the South Loop of Chicago, and the Loop is pretty much the downtown area, and then the North Side. That's where it gets to where it's like these motherfuckers on some New York shit. You know,
Mm,
literally, like, I mean, mainly it's a bunch of like white people, even like you got the whole dynamic of you see a lot of white women that are single moms. I mean
mm,
not single moms, they're home
homemaker.
housewives.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you'll see them with their strollers and shit in the morning because you got how be honest, like a lot of times it's better for the woman to actually be a housewife because the child care costs are so high
Yeah,
and
yeah.
a lot of other costs involved kind of staying home. It's kind of the whole like remote thing. Like the reason you should stay at home is like kind of outweighs a lot of stuff. There's too many benefits. But the thing is that yeah, the north side of Chicago is where it gets ridiculous. It's literally that is the closest that you can get to as far as New York, as far as cost, because like the costs are like astronomical when it comes to, like, let's say for example, a two flat building on the south side of Chicago. Even now, because the prices are so up, those same properties that were like 100 some thousand, they're like 200, $300,000 now. Well, parts of the north side, very much a lot of parts of the north side, that same two flat, three flat building would be on the north side. Like now, prices 7, 800,000, 600,000 at least. So it's like double because it's it's pretty much just white folks, man. It's
Yeah,
like,
what
it's not really, it's location is like, that's where,
the niggas
that's
from New
the
York will
other.
go there and buy that shit, bro. I had properties in East New York, and I'm sure you heard of East New York if you know who Uncle Lem is. For 799 down to the studs in 2017, bro. I see it. Location.
Yeah,
Damn, man.
yeah,
I had
yeah.
a homeboy who was a broker. He was telling me, in Chicago, that he said, "Yo, I wish you need to come down here with like $10,000 to $20,000 and scoop some of these properties up. They got 23 miles of what he said waterfront property that's
Hmm.
just waiting to be soaked up."
What year was this?
This was it had to be between 15 and 17.
Okay, so 2015, you could have bought, actually, yeah, you could have bought a condo on the South Shore for about that, and then you'll be Airbnb, you'll be Airbnb'd out. You'll be like, if you were able to just kind of, yeah, if you could literally, yeah, you'd be sitting on a cash cow now.
Mm.
um that's just with 10 racks. Now you would have to fix the condo up, and you'd have to pay the, I guess, what, HOA fees, and you still could have even rented it out. Um, During that time, Airbnb was kind of still a upstart, but people were still doing it. But now, like, let's just say the 5, 7 years period from now, you would have been able to Airbnb. That would have been like a gold mine for Airbnb. And you got in at 10,000, and only thing on your only cost would be your HOA fees. And not to say that HOA fees are not costly. They are costly, but you could have easily offsetted that with rent, or a long-term rental agreement, or at the very least Airbnb, you know. But yeah, that's just with 10 grand. I mean, 2015, you could have got a whole building for 100. I mean, less than 100. It might have needed some repairs though, but could have got a whole building for like 100,000. I'm talking about two flat building with a mother-in-law apartment below. You know what I'm saying? So that's really like three doors. So yeah, I got into real estate when I was 17. I graduated high school at 17, and I started junior college because I kind of just I didn't really do that good in high school. Just because I graduated, it's just because.
Most of us from the Dipset era, bro.
Man, I pretty much just graduated early, which is good than most people because I just started early. But I mean, I didn't even start early. I just started at my actual age. Started kindergarten at 5. But the thing is that um, I started college. I took a real estate class. I was supposed to finish it and get my broker's license. I didn't do it, but I did take the class. So yeah, I know quite a bit about real estate, man. I actually did the same thing twice. I actually took the broker's test because in Illinois you have to be a broker. You can't they don't allow agents anymore. They want you to
Oh,
be a
wow.
full Yeah, they want you to be a full-fledged broker. So I did the same thing. I was working as a computer teacher at the Chicago Public Schools, and I took the broker's class online, and I just didn't finish it. You know what I'm saying? So um but yeah, like real estate prices in Chicago, a lot of people from New York are already in the money in Chicago. You got Blackstone, right?
Mhm.
Blackstone Group is
That's no
probably
capital.
one of the biggest as far as cash cows in the country, and they're heavily invested in Chicago, and
Okay.
that's just one of them. I mean, you got a lot of New York. Chicago has a lot of New York money. Okay, a lot of
Chicago
New York.
has a lot of Chicago money. What you talking about?
That too, bro. I mean, a lot of people from Chicago, like for example, like I mean, they know people in New York with money. Like, see, that's another thing. Like, I still haven't left my first point, which was this is a competition. Um, a lot of white folks, they know people in New York. They got companies that's got bases in Chicago or
Mm,
and they have other headquarters in New York or whatever the case may be. Even the company I work for, Diageo, their main headquarters is Three World Trade, you know.
but
That was where their base operations was. So like where I worked in pretty much Plainfield, Illinois. That was just their factory, but their main headquarters was in New York. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of like to be honest, as a business owner, and it's something that I have to do. I have to actually go to New York. I've never been to New York, and I have to get used to New York. I have to sit down and get comfortable, just like I am in Chicago, in New York, if I actually want to be a multimillionaire or better. Kanye had to do it. He had to go to New York and get his accreditation, his New York accreditation. You know what I'm saying? We know the history of that, so I still have to do that, So
I can see
that's
that. New York is a very uncomfortable place. But the shit, like I said, man, Chicago, y'all got money too. See, people know the New York Stock Exchange, but they don't know the Chicago Stock Exchange,
yeah.
right? So,
hmm
like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, that's why I was like, no, you can't say that Chicago ain't got money like that because
No,
Chicago got.
I know. I'm just looking at it from a perspective of as far as like my father told me, my father when he came from Ghana to London, and he first landed from London to New York, and he stayed in his cousin's apartment. He said he didn't even leave for
Hmm,
like a long time because his cousin didn't want him to get any
York about.
problems. Yeah, so like he said Chicago is just pretty much a small New York. He said New York was probably like 10 times as big as big as Chicago.
Wow.
So the thing is that yeah, Chicago is definitely a monstrosity. It is definitely just I don't want to say just as gangster because I've never been to New York. I've heard a lot of stories. My sensei, um, he pretty much his sensei was from New York. Um, pretty much Master Anthony Muhammad. So, pretty much, yeah, I've never been to New York, so I can't necessarily speak on it. I could just, well, from what I've been told, it's like a whole bunch of people. It's called what, the zoo, right? Or like it's
Concrete
just,
jungle.
yeah, it's like a whole bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? So I could just imagine, cause Chicago can get like that. It can get like a big ass monkey troop of people, like
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
folks all over the place, man.
yeah, yeah, but like New York is like even worse. So I could just imagine. I mean, imagine trying to fight like 100 people or some shit, or in like
Nah,
Chicago, it's like probably you probably have to be able to fight 20 people at once. I mean,
I believe it or not, you probably worse off in Chicago. Let me explain why, right? New York is so big, but there's so much going on at all times. Like, because Chicago is the Midwest, right? So it's not open all day, right? Like at certain times, stuff shuts down, right? You
hmm
know,
hmm
and I'm sure in the hood there's it's different. There's always the 24-hour Aki store and
hmm
stuff like that. But for the most part, and in a lot of cities, I've lived a few cities in this country, and a lot of cities even that 24-hour Aki store shut down at 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. You
hmm
know, um, New York, that doesn't happen. So it's literally 24/7.
hmm
So there's not really a time where you gonna see 100 people in red bandanas that you pull up on, unless it's for the music video shoot. Other than that, you gonna run into the same 20 dudes you run into in Chicago. Granted.
Um, yeah, it just seems like it's just bigger. Just seems like an advanced Chicago, to be honest. That's how I look at it. That's how I've always looked at it. And I guess it's kind of intimidating. Um, you know, but at the same time, I don't really necessarily prefer to live in Chicago. I prefer to live in the suburbs of Chicago. Like, I
You
mean,
talking to Chicago got me wanting to ask you so many questions right now about this whole Jay Prince, Larry Hoover thing, but
uh, well, yeah, like that's the thing. Like, I mean, okay, so like, you know, um,
I ain't want to
yeah,
derail
yeah,
that,
no,
but
no,
that's
no. Go, you can ask me. I mean, I'm not GD or anything. Like most of my friends I grew up with, like, I mean, they were like I grew up in the suburbs.
hmm
Um, and yeah, some of them that like they were like kind of somewhat that's what they were kind of like claiming. The thing about it is, yeah, I used to shake up GD, all different gangs or whatever. I used to shake up, but if you get caught doing that shit and you actually not in a gang and you can't necessarily recite the literature and shit like that, you can get fucked up pretty bad. You can
hmm
get you can get what's called, they call that shit here a pumpkin head.
Pumpkinhead.
You know what I'm saying? Your shit swell up like a goddamn, look like a lemon head, like the lemon head. Fucking, I mean that's a candy company that's in the Chicagoland area, the Ferrera Pan Company. I'm sure lemon heads is all across the country though, like it's an old
Yeah,
candy, but
yeah, yeah.
you look like that motherfucker, that lemon head man. And like, so the thing is that um yeah, I do know a lot about it because I'm older and I grew up around the time that, it was a lot of stuff going on in the 80s and the 90s. But I'm not necessarily affiliated like that. As far as I never joined the gang because I never went to no gang meeting. I was invited. Damn near every gang wanted me to join the gang. I mean, but I never went to no meeting or nothing like that. And never officially became a gang member. The reason why is like it goes back to also um being a movie buff. I used to watch New Jack City, Menace to
Mm,
Society, Boys in the Hood, and that shit got me to where it was like, nah, I ain't. It's something to this gang shit that is gonna have my mom crying.
mm.
I'm gonna have to do some shit. I'm gonna have to kill somebody. I'm gonna have to murk somebody. I'm gonna have to sell some dope. I'm gonna have to hit licks for the gang. All of this stuff that has
Speaking of
to be
selling
done.
dope, shameless plug.
Mm,
Um, selling dope. The Young Thug and such got indicted on a RICO charge with $1 million for 28 dudes. That's $35,000 a dude. But if you look in the New York, if you Google the words Colombian cocaine cartel life insurance, you'll find a New York Times article that shows 5 men from the Colombian cocaine cartel got caught hiding $80 million of drug money and life insurance. But back to what you were saying. So yeah, they was Four Corners and Vice Lords and
wow.
my bad.
Damn. No,
Yeah.
no, no. I mean, I'm okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, cause see here, what you talking about is, and that's what I talked about. I went to college. I went to university to be a sociologist, to be a social worker. So I mean, that's the underground economy or the system D. It is a part of the economy. Okay,
Mhm,
all of that. It kind of it goes into regular public society as well, where the banks and insurance companies, not you might see the street hustler, the street corner dude, but you don't see the dudes driving around pushing the packs, and then you don't see the dudes that the dudes driving around pushing the packs who they get their packs from, and
mhm,
those are the kingpins. And you know what I'm saying, the shot callers and whatnot. And those guys, yeah, they it's like a hierarchy, you know what I'm saying? And above that hierarchy is it might be some dude in Cali, Colombia, or in Tijuana or whatever. And you know what I'm saying, the guys in as far as involved with that, you got money men, and the money man, he fundles he pretty much moves the money and whatnot into where it could be untraceable, or you know what I'm saying? The Ozarks is pretty much the number one show on
Yeah.
Netflix. I mean, that actually the dude is from the story is based off of somebody from Chicago. I would not be surprised that's actually based off of a true story or some shit. Like, I
Mhm.
mean, and not to also mention that white folks sell a lot of dope in the United States. The white folks are actually the number one drug dealers in the country. I used to work for a company called Tiger Direct, and I was a computer technician for them. I mean, they pretty much supplied a lot of computer hardware and stuff like that. And a lot of the white boys were junkies. They used to shoot up heroin and whatnot. That's why I never hung out with them after work, because I knew these guys were junkies. They sniffed coke like it was nothing. Some of
Damn.
them shot up. Like, one dude, he actually came. He was one of the salesmen, and
Mhm.
he showed up to work with tracks in his arm, and he was nodding off trying to sell computers and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I mean, because I only worked there like 6 months, and then they went out of business because the CEOs actually got caught um basically kind of like money laundering the company's money.
Damn.
And yeah, you could look that up, Tiger Direct CEOs fund
I think I may
fraud.
have heard something about that.
Yeah.
This show called American Greed.
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm sure they probably made that. And it's like, okay, I mean, back to them, the white boy told me, like, he said he was a Nazi and shit. He used to do the Heil Hitler and shit, all kinds. And I was like, you know what? That's your business, man. But the thing is, he would tell me details like somebody told me when I was driving a cab. He said one person is gonna probably always be honest to you, and that's a dope fiend, because a dope fiend ain't really got no reason to lie to you. He shoot dope in his arm on the regular. He could die every time he shoots dope in his veins. He ain't
Damn.
got really much to lose. He gonna tell you what it is. And what the white boy told me was his who he bought dope to from was like some white girl, like, that lived out there, because this was like up north, the northern shore area of Illinois. So the northern suburbs of Illinois is the richest suburbs of the entire Illinois. A lot of
Mhm.
people a lot of people don't know that about the Chicagoland area. Back to, like, you talking about the CME group and all of the money in Chicago. A lot of those people that work there or run those offices, and those directors and financiers and stuff, they live up there. They live up north in the northern suburbs. I
That-
mean, the stuff that I seen, like when I used to work in Vernon Hills, Illinois, and the Tiger Direct, I ain't never seen to this day. So, like, and from the south
that-
side, so on the south side, like, it's a place off like 87th and State. A lot of the car clubs, they go there, right? So you'll see a car clubs with a bunch of Cadillacs, Chevys, and shit like that. I'll never forget when I was coming into work one day. Yeah, either I was leaving work at Tiger Direct or coming, and I saw the whole fucking parking lot in the back, where the Home Depot and shit was, nothing but fucking um goddamn it, Maybachs,
Damn.
for what are they called? What are them things called? The Spiders, Bugattis,
Oh, wow.
Ferraris, Lamborghinis. they was all just out there in the parking lot. Murcielagos, like all of these
Yeah.
cars, exotic cars were just sitting in the parking lot. And this was 2015. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying? To this day, I ain't never seen no shit like that around where I live or in the South Side. Nothing like that. I mean, that's pure fucking wealth, like money. Like I
Yeah.
ain't never to this day. I still remember this shit, and it's like I never seen anything like that in this area or even in Illinois yet. Like I mean, I'm just saying it's still in my memory banks. You know what I'm
That's
saying? But
crazy.
you know, it's like yeah, he said the way he caught from was a white chick. You know, where he got his heroin from, and he said some other white dude he got it from. So yeah, these white dudes like are the media is everything.
Yeah.
And it goes by. I still haven't left my first point, and it's about competition. If you control the media, you control what people sees, and how what they do as far as the media. If you ever notice, like the shows about black wealthy people and black wealthy families, a lot
Hmm.
of times they mix it to the guy, he's got a regular business. Like I remember I was watching something on BET about a year and a half ago, um around the time before I was in the Airbnb I was living with my grandmother. It was a show on BET about the guy. I think he played on Ghostbusters, the black guy on Ghostbusters. I believe that was the same guy.
Okay.
He played he had a car business, and he sold dope on the side.
Oh, damn.
A lot of wealthy, um they do a lot of like shows where the black people or the black family has a lot of money, but they mix it to where they made the money off of selling dope. So
Yeah.
what is that image shows an unimpressionable young youth that's black. Oh, I gotta everything I'm seeing on TV and on video, I have to be some I have to probably have to sell dope, you know,
Yeah.
because in order they're saying basically pushing the narrative on the media. In order for me to become wealthy, I have to mix business with selling dope.
Mm.
And of course the street sellers and stuff like that. I'm not saying that it ain't a lot of them. I mean, it's a lot of black people that live in the hood and are, pookies and all of that sell dope and is selling dope now. But the narrative is that we the only ones doing it because that's the media. And
Right.
it's like, what about all of these other white people that's pushing pills, pushing pushing weight? You know what I'm saying? Driving
Yeah.
these big ass.
Yeah. When I
Yeah.
was what? So this is 2001. So I was like 16, right? And um, I remember I was living in the suburbs. I was living in a town called Hamden. I'm from Connecticut, bro.
Yeah.
Right? I just lived in New York for the last decade, but this, in Connecticut ain't no slouch, but Yale. So,
Mhm.
you know, Connecticut is the wealthiest state in the country, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, but it's crazy because shit ain't really that expensive here. But I remember I lived in the suburbs in a town called Hamden, Connecticut. And there's this white boy that I used to hang out with by the name of Matt. And I used to buy 20 bags of regular weed because I used to get 7 grams for $20 from my
Mhm.
connect. So
Mhm.
I would buy 20 bags of regular weed and go see him and give him like 2 grams for $20.
Mhm. Mhm.
Right? And get my money back. And then the rest, I would smoke the other 5 grams for free.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I used to go and hang out with him and stuff and smoke them up and stuff for free sometimes anyway, because, why not? We cool, you buy from me. That's how you create customer rapport. So,
Mhm.
oh, that's nice. So,
That cigar was $40. I bought it on my 40th birthday.
Word.
downtown Chicago, downtown Loop. It's a cigar lounge downtown. For it's called the Biggs Mansion. It's actually a mansion, and it's
Mm.
got a cigar. It's got a cigar store with the bar there, and it's
So
it's actually cool.
when you go to New York, I don't know if it's still there, especially recently due to the pandemic. But if you want to go to a good smoke or cigar lounge, you need to go to 42nd Street to a place called Nat Sherman's.
Nat
Banging,
Sherman's. Okay.
banging,
Okay.
banging. All
Okay.
kinds of different smokes. I'm a cigarette smoker, so
Mhm,
there's shit for me too. But
mhm,
banging. But so
mhm,
this dude, when I went into his house to go chill with him one day, I'm chilling. You know how you just, something like a piece of paper is there, so you just pick it up for the hell
mhm.
of it.
Yeah.
So I picked it up, and it was just mad. Are you familiar with what a 1212 skinny is?
No, I don't. I
So
don't know.
that's a crack bag.
Okay.
It's a small, basically baggie for crack rocks.
Mhm,
Oh. And he had mad empty 1212s around. He was like, "Yo, don't tell nobody. Me and my brother just do this." And I
mhm,
was like, "Yo, these motherfuckers are sitting here." And it's crazy because, ironically enough, when you talk about selling dope and working a job, I used to work at TJ Maxx and sell him weed on the side to smoke my weed for free. Um,
mhm,
but it was just crazy. He was like, "Yo, don't tell nobody that I do this." Da, 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 da. I'm like, "Bro, I don't. As long as you
mhm.
keep buying weed from me, I ain't worried about what you do."
Right, 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 right. Yeah.
But
I
it's
mean,
crazy. These white boys really be on that.
yeah, it's like it's almost like a cultural thing for them to be actually um kind of junkies. Like they even like push to be junkies. The rock
Yeah,
music, uh, it's part of their culture to even almost a competition. They have a competition. White folks have a competition who can get the highest. And they'll
yeah,
they'll they'll get on here. I mean, some people don't. They had a thing when they don't accept certain people. Like my channel is not one dimensional. Like I'll let anybody come up here. I mean, I have subs that's Eastern European. I got subs that's white folks that they be in the shadows listening, you know what I'm saying?
mm,
Definitely, hey, hit the cash out, man. I know you got it. You know what I'm saying? Holla at your boy. But yeah, they have a competition. Some of their culture, their competition is who can get the highest. I used to live in actually, I used to live in a
he doesn't got a
dorm.
Patreon. I need to go get on Patreon.
Yeah, I used to live in a dorm, right? I mean, actually, not a dorm, but a group home. I was
Mhm.
really bad. I was a terrorist when I was a youth, and my mom couldn't hold me down by herself because periods she used to get into it with my dad, and she would be, um, kind of just a kind of single mom temporarily or whatever, and she couldn't hold me. Like I was a wild lion, young wild lion, and she couldn't tame. So I had to go to a group home for like kind of like like that's why I like DMX so much because we have a similar story, but he was just poorer than me. But the thing is that I was in a group home for like almost 2 years, which is primarily about um white teenagers and even white people that were like in their early 20s. And
Mhm.
yeah, man, a lot of these guys was in there because they was substance abusers at an early age, and they were
Mm.
trying to kick a habit. And it was like pretty much like, yeah, I just was immersed into a lot of white culture at an early age because I lived with them like for almost 2 years. You know what I'm saying? It's like living with a pack of wolves. Like you gonna pick up some things. But yeah, their culture is one of their cultures is kind of who can get the highest and survive, you know,
Mm.
and actually even kick the habit and be functional, and they'll, you know what I'm saying? Like that's it's almost like a machismo. It's like their machismo thing where it's like if you can get the highest and then survive it and then also I mean you see this shit on World Star. Like,
Yeah, these
you
motherfuckers be get high through your toenails.
Yeah, like they be like this one dude. Last video I saw on World Star, he did some fentanyl, and he was so high he thought he was gonna die. And his homies was these was like some country dudes, and this dude was like, man, don't do this anymore or whatever. It's like, yeah, man, they be having that's their culture. They're like Mexicans machismo. They do a lot of coke, and they do a lot of coke. It's like, they get high too. They have the same kind of competition white folks do. Their competition is drinking, of course, and then also even even doing drugs, the cocaine. Um, that's like their kind of like, they look at that shit like as far as their homeland, like their 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 crop of their culture. It's like the coca plant, like, you know what I'm saying? So they definitely,
Paco now,
yeah,
the former, what Paco is the byproduct of creating cocaine.
yeah,
So they put
yeah,
all the chemicals and shit, what's left over and left on the newspapers. They're
uh-huh,
scrapping that up and using that in Mexico. They call it
yeah,
Paco.
yeah. So like black people, how they get into drugs is primarily through partying and social clubs. They get a friend, they get hooked up, and then they kind of just start off like, you know, through clubs and parties and shit. Like a lot of them crackheads, like it's a lot of crackheads around the south side, around where my grandparents their house is. Like a lot of those guys would in them chicks that's still crackheads walking around. They was high. They've been getting high since the 80s, and they just still, that shit is keeping them alive. It's
Mm.
like the Walking Dead, and the crack is like the blood.
Yeah,
That's keeping them alive.
is it even crackheads anymore? I don't see none of those no more. But in
Yeah,
here, things change because we
yeah.
got.
It's a resurgence. It's a resurgence of crackheads, because you got young crackheads that they either start smoking they start doing the pills, and
Mm,
then they got into, well, actually, I'll stand corrected. You got meth. You got some people doing meth, and then you got people doing crack. Because actually, you got a couple things going on. Because I watch the drugs and shit, right? Like,
mm.
I mean, drugs in the United States is like $1 trillion, system D industry. So
Damn, nigga, that's
it might be even. I want to say, they say a trillion. I think it's more like 10 trillion, to be
yeah.
honest. That's to be more accurate, I believe. But like the thing now is the pills. And these pills have, you don't know what they have in them. I actually found some pills on the floor, on the I was washing some clothes in the laundromat, and I saw some pills on the ground, and I was thinking to myself, what the fuck am I gonna do with this shit? I'm definitely not gonna take this shit. I'm not gonna give it to somebody. So I just fucking threw them in the garbage. But the thing is that these pills, they call them the MDMAs. You don't know
Mhm.
what the fuck is in them. You don't know what chemicals are in these joints, right? I mean, I'm somewhat of an alchemist, but I mean, these things, you don't know what mixture they have in them. They can have fentanyl, they can have some cocaine mixtures, they can have rat poison. You don't know what the fuck is in this shit, man. And you taking these pills and shit, right? And you could fucking die. It's a lot of like youngsters in high school that took these pills and they overdosed just
Right.
off of the pills. And then the resurgence is heroin, and the young people now are and this is kind of somewhat surprising a little bit. They doing coke. They sniffing coke on the regular, like it's the 80s. Like in the
Yeah,
80s, that was what the common drug was coke, sniffing coke. Like they sniffing coke and shit.
70s, man, not just the 80s, the 70s.
Yeah, the 70s and shit.
But you got to realize, especially because apparently like people like Young Thug and Gunna,
Hmm.
like those dudes are big on coke.
Yeah, yeah,
These
yeah.
young Young rappers are
Yeah.
huge on folk.
Yeah,
Well,
and the thing is, like, I'm be honest, like, I'm cognitive about the music I'm listening to.
mm,
So I like listening to Chris Brown and Gunna, all that shit. Not necessarily Gunna, the song with him that he did with Gunna, which was um I don't know, but they dancing and shit. And
don't
it's
think that I don't know none of this new shit.
yeah, like he did it. Like, okay, I listen to Chris Brown, but I was reminding myself, I was in a grocery store. I was like, this guy is on coke and he's making all of this music, and you're downloading his frequency when you're listening to his music, and the frequency is that of a cokehead.
Mm,
So you literally, if you keep like listening to these cats that have that frequency of they steady up and doing music, and they're like, you trying to keep up with these people, because when you listen to someone, like, even when we're talking, we're transmitting a frequency.
right.
This kind of goes into metaphysics and shit like that, which I don't really talk about, but I'm a deep motherfucker. Anybody that follows me know, I mean, I'm just not rich yet. That's just it. The thing is with the frequency is, um when you listening to that frequency of someone that's a cokehead, you're keeping up, you're trying to keep up with them, and you may not be subconsciously aware of that, and trying to keep up with them. You might be trying to, like, go to their concerts, might be trying to go to their after parties, and then once you link up with, like, other that world, you might be sniffing coke and not
Yeah,
even know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's the thing, man. It just I got stories to death, right? I mean, I'm 41. You know what I'm saying? I ain't just stay in one place for 41 years. I mean, my first concert and ever concert I actually been to. I smoke weed. Okay, I've been smoking since I was off and on since I was like probably 15.
bro,
So,
you
like,
40s. I think we all do.
yeah, like the thing is that I am of the aspect. A lot of people kind of look at it like a class thing, like you, but whatever. But the thing is that I'm not gonna go into that. But the thing is that I was
But that's
about
why I
8.
think it's so prevalent because it's a high class drug.
Well, actually, associated more with low class people, like, as far as the image that's pushed, as far as what people, as far, in my opinion, what people talk about it, as far as things. But as when I was in a concert, I was at a Rage Against the Machine concert, and Gangstar was the opening act. Okay,
But
because they I guess Rage Against the Machine, like, Gangstar. This was 2000. Actually, this was 1999. I was about 18 years old. A friend of mine I went to high school with, we was all buddies. Actually, we about to have a barbecue, a Father's Day barbecue, like, next week. And I've been knowing these guys since high school. So, like, we went to they got tickets or whatever, and we was there for Gangstar. Like, after Rage Against the Machine came up, we bounced. But the thing is that before we bounced, we was able to get backstage with Primo and Gangstar,
oh wow.
with Guru, right? So we was backstage and they was smoking weed. And um long story short, Primo passed me the blunt, man. I was like, and this was before it was camera phones and shit like that. I ain't had no camera on me and nothing like that. But yeah, man, like, that was that was tripped out, man. I could have, man. I still think about that, man. I could have, like, got into the music industry, but I don't know how that would have ended. But yeah, man, I was immersed into, that was probably my first immersion to the music business. But the thing is that yeah, man, these cats is legends. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, like I Primo passed me the blunt. Like, I mean, hopefully it wasn't no Primo.
If it was just that gas.
Yeah, man. I mean, but yeah, that was in 1999. It was at the Rosemont Arena in Illinois. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And
You
then
know, now that you mention, because you also mentioned, and I want to get back on your first point because you were talking about competition with family.
yeah.
Um, all of the conversation we just had actually brings it back. Obviously, again, being the insurance junkie, I kind of try and bring it back to that because it's something that really is cheap and easy for Black people to be able to get into. And believe it or not, you said something earlier that's a little bit, and well, I don't know if it's inaccurate. It's probably true about like maybe only 10% of Black people have life insurance.
Hmm.
Believe it or not, though, there's a Yahoo Finance study that showed that Black people actually buy life insurance more than white people.
Hmm.
But because we do believe in the power of life insurance to passing on generational wealth, but like you said, there's discrimination and stuff which shows distrust. Part of that is because we buy it the wrong way. Right. So remember you was talking about the family competition and the family flex, and I dropped the bomb about the family trust fund, right? Because you can create an irrevocable family trust, and you don't need to have funds to fund. You might need $5,000 to pay the attorney to write up the paperwork, right? But
Hmm.
then to fund the trust, you can actually, when you apply for life insurance, it'll ask you, is this policy beneficiary going to be placed in the trust? If so, you put the trust fund number as the beneficiary. So when you die, that money goes straight into the trust fund. So now your whole family decides, hey, listen, my son is 13. He wants to open a lemonade business. Well, Grandpa Genius, 48 years ago, left $1 million and ain't nobody touch it. And every year since, we take out $100,000 and pay $100,000 for a life insurance policy one time on every new baby that's born.
Hmm. Yep. Right. 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 That's what's up, man. That is what's up.
Going
I
to
mean,
that,
you pretty much like, okay, like I said, my uncle, he reminded me when I talked about, the banks having pretty much the banks own about close to, I want to say 70% of the wealth in this country. So what that equates to is that most people actually work for the banks. They don't even know it. So like for example, when John Q taxpayer and Joan Q tax uh payer um hold on, this chick is asking me questions and shit. But as far as Joan and John Q taxpayer, they work for a company that pretty much has either a line of credit or has the money in the bank for payroll.
mm-hmm.
So really before they even get it, that they're literally getting it directly from the bank. Okay. This goes into even the 1%ers and the 99%ers and all of that. Like and as as far as the actual breakdown, um the other part of it is insurance. He said that pretty much banks, in order to be more fluid, they use a lot of the insurance. I mean, basically insurance is it goes back to Europe. You know what I'm
I got
saying?
your email address. I'm gonna send you something, a
Okay.
document called the Bowley Report, Bank-Owned Life Insurance,
Okay.
right? And basically, I'm gonna want you to look at lines 4 and line 5. Line 4 says, what is it? It's equities without readily determinable fair value, basically the stock market. They
Hmm.
put $6.1 billion into the stock market, but they put $21 billion in the cash value life insurance. That's just Bank of America. That's not Citibank, Wells Fargo, or there's 4 banks up there, or Chase.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause insurance actually with us, as far as our history, as far as in America, when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade, one of the biggest insurance arms, and even still in business to this day, is you pretty much probably know this, is Lloyd's of London.
Hmm.
So like I mean, they insure a lot of different areas. They got that's basically the Queen's money. You
Well,
know
actually, what they do, they don't do insurance. What they do is reinsurance.
what does that explain that?
That's insurance for insurance companies.
So they the underwriters.
No, they insure. For example, State Farm has, and when you have a policy with State Farm, right? You have multiple policies. So you got car insurance, homeowners insurance, your business insurance, and you got life insurance. I don't work for State Farm. I'm just saying, right? So they have to keep a reserve. But in worst case scenario, let's say COVID was real and everybody who had life insurance with them died at one time. Well,
Hmm.
that would fuck up their money for other stuff. So
Hmm.
they have what's called reinsurance, which is, hey, we fucked up over here, Lloyd's of London. We pay you, $10 million a month so that if something happens, you give us $1 billion. We need $1 billion right now.
Hmm. Wow.
Message.
Damn.
Yeah, and that's reinsurance. So
So
it's
they so
oh, go
they
ahead.
they back insurance issued policies. So they
Yeah,
back they're policy backers, basically.
yeah.
Okay. Wow.
You do insure other things like J Lo's legs and or Tina
Yeah,
Turner.
that's what I was gonna say. Like okay, the last chick that I actually talked to that I was dating, she actually works for a company that does stuff like that. Like,
That's
um,
for surplus lines and property and casualty insurance.
so she says she insures entertainers and athletes. Like for example, she say, so like a baseball team just signed two rookie pitchers or players, right?
Mhm.
She insures like the policy for them for like let's just say $4 million or something. They just signed a contract for like a half a million or something for a year or whatever. Like they they insure um if something happens to like this is the side where people kind of don't understand. Like, okay, so for example, let's just say Steph Curry, he mangled his leg by sliding or something or whatever like he did. Well, Steph Curry, he probably his contract is worth like what 50 million or whatever, $75 million. Well, he's got a policy for that. Well, the Golden State Warriors actually has a policy on players.
Yeah,
So like he's got a policy for that actual guaranteed contract or whatever. And if something happened to Steph, they can pay him out through that policy claim. And yeah, that's how that works. Like it
yeah,
ain't just okay, Steph Curry's ankle breaks and goes out and then you know Golden State just has to eat the loss of that. No, they got insurance on that on all of their players. And that's how
yeah,
all of them work.
yeah. That Tom Brady, Steph Curry, LeBron James, scrub on the bench, everybody.
Yeah, right. They got insurance on everything they pay out. If something happens, they got insurance on them. And then here's another thing, cause I know I got tons of insurance stories too, bro. Shoot, we could talk about how I can get into it as well, but I don't know. I mean, I got a felony, and I mean, it's kind of that's what's kind of a hurdle in a lot of things that I wanted to do. But um, as
There's
far as
loopholes, I'll tell
one
you that
other,
after you finish.
huh?
There's loopholes. I'll tell you that after you finish.
Okay. One of the things that Walmart got caught in the cookie jar about because they got God money, right? They were insuring insuring each and every one of their employees. I'm just sure you know the story about this. Um, so how many people work for Walmart? Like, let's just say 200,000 people. I mean, we all can die very easily. I mean, we have the both men and women have this narcissistic viewpoint about who we think we are, but all you got to do is turn left instead of right, and there you go on the highway or even on a main street, and there you go as far as like your how quick you can die. Even one bad heart rhythmic move, and your ticker's out. So like, yeah, we're very finite, and of course over the year, just 1 year, how many Walmart people, employees might die, and that includes the Walmart greeters. I mean, typically Walmart greeters is associated with elderly people that have been retired. But just even the cashiers, even all somebody's gonna die that worked for Walmart across all of their stores over the course of a year. So I don't know how it was found out, but it was found out that they were collecting monies for their employees through death benefits. And the family found out about it, and it made news, and Walmart has some explaining to do. Do you What say you on this? Do you know about this story? Like, have you heard about this?
Not the particular of Walmart itself, but there's a larger situation at hand there. So what you're talking about is they call them COLI, corporate owned life insurance. And they used to call them janitors policies. Ironically enough, Young Dolph, Mo 3, and King Von, all who had the same distributor, died in a similar way, and he likely had a COLI policy, as a lot of the rappers who get these 360 deals get a COLI policy. And similar, like you said, with the Steph Curry thing, how easy do you think it is for um, Leor Cohen to hire the Hasidic Jew hitman to put on a blackface mask, come snipe you in front of the cookie store for 50 grand, and recoup 75 million off of the 5 million he gave you for your rap kit? But
Not that difficult, but I like to think people are more honest than that, but
Have you met
that
bro? You in the music biz, bro? You don't think? Come on, son.
I've never been in the music industry, but I do know snakes, and I mean I'm a tinfoil hat guy a little bit, but it's not even what you just said ain't necessarily tinfoil hatty. It's like tinfoil hat is kind of like talking about the aliens and
I
shit,
know.
but you
That's
kind of what you
so.
going into is not even Illuminati, but it's kind of like you're opening the door to the eyes wide shut world and type of thing. Because I mean, I've never left my first point. I mean, it is competitive. I mean, you know, I maybe need to watch the Eyes Wide Shut movie again because I haven't watched it in a long time. But that guy that Tom Cruise was trying to investigate, and he lived on this big ass chateau, this large ass estate with this
I'm
gate
gonna have
that
to watch that.
probably this gate that was probably like, I want to say 3 or 4 blocks long. I mean, like, yeah, those people still are here. Like, they exist. I mean, um, you know, I go back to the monarchy system in Europe. I mean, they
Mhm.
still have monarchy systems in Europe. They ain't do nothing but brought it over here. But the thing is that um I don't, the people that's killing the rappers is other rappers. unfortunately,
But
unfortunately.
the
But
reality
as
is
far
they
as what
know
I could
that
see, I mean, I
that
don't
will
know.
happen too.
Hmm.
I said they also have a high likelihood of that happening, so it's good to have the Coley on the rapper and their rap kit. I'm just saying, I've seen some ruthless stuff in bit like the streets is ruthless, but
Hmm.
business is so much more ruthless. So
Oh
from
yeah.
my standpoint, and looking at it from being a Wall Street guy, like
Hmm.
I've seen, like I wouldn't put it. Do white people kill each other for life insurance money every day?
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to watch one of the things about my ex-wife and me. One of the things we used to like to do was that we had in common. We still like to watch cold case files.
Mm,
um and all of the other stuff, snapped and stuff like that. In the cold case files, they they pretty much that's what they used to, the primary modus operandi was the white guy wanted to, either the white guy, the husband, or the wife, they
yeah.
one of them was unsatisfied or wanted to leave, and then basically death was involved, murder was involved, and foul play and life insurance was one or two of the or one, usually the motive in those scenarios. Not all of them, but it came up quite often in those cold case files. So yeah, it does it does regularly happen. Like, I mean, people, it goes that way. Unfortunately, people are not, what it the OJs for the love of money. I
Mm,
mean, that was a hit song in the 70s.
no. Better.
Right before one of the most violent years in Chicago was 1974, a year after that hit song the OJs brought out, for the love
Mm,
of money. And I was watching some of those articles about the murders, and yeah, a lot of it was money related of some sort. But that year was 900 murders.
dang.
Chicago I think is on track for, I don't know how many murders it was this year so far, but it's getting up there. Last year I think it was like, I don't know the stats. I have to look at it, but I think it was like 5 or 600 or something like that. In 1974, though, that was the biggest year because it was over 900 murders. Um, and that was during the recession, I believe, as well. It was a severe. Nah, it was an inflation. It was like I think that was during the oil embargo or something. I don't know, but maybe BGS Sidmore. He would be like somebody that would know what
Mm.
happened during that time because I wasn't even born yet. But yes, you know,
So,
you gotta understand what you're saying is basically in the world of, even in the poverty world, um, foul play, murder, mayhem goes on. So it's not like, the aristocrats and the elite, right? Are different. It just is a little quieter or
eh,
even more sinister. You know what I'm saying? Don't get
eh,
me wrong, I get I get it, Um it all in between, it's competition is like, okay, yeah, humans are like, okay, they got the like number, like the top, I think like top 10 or something or whatever. They do like the top series of like who's the most, like what's your most the most in the animal kingdom, who can kill you the most.
right.
Well, humans, I think the top like one or two or three is like mosquitoes, and then bacteria and shit like that,
Mm,
But like humans is like, they're in the top five or something like that, or top 10, because like 400, 400, it's like 400. million, or I don't know. It's like they're in that top 10 list as far as like humans kill the shit out of each other. Like if you really like if you break down like the deaths all over the world, like
Yeah.
humans kill the fuck out of each other. Like I mean, it's like
Nigga,
it
they in Brazil, the cops average 6 murders a day. The cops average 6 bodies a day, right? So I know here we talking about Black Lives Matter and shit, but realize if we was in Brazil, the police average 6 murders a day. Not like, oh, I incidentally killed somebody in the line of fire. Nah, nigga, we just killed this motherfucker.
damn. So they offing 6 motherfuckers a day. Like yeah, Brazil was a whole nother. I've never been to Brazil. Kind of wanted to go because of the lure of the beautiful, exotical looking women.
Mm,
But I ain't gonna lie to you, them favelas and whatnot, is highly unattractive, highly even scary. Even the murders that the actual people actually do. I see some of that shit, various different sources, World Star, and also the website Fly Hype Videos. They'll show you all kind of graphic shit. Like, I mean, to this day, I was walking in one of our hardware stores is called Menards, and I saw a pickaxe, and that pickaxe, it was like I'll just say I'll never look at a pickaxe the same I've ever looked at it in my entire life, because I saw a video of some woman that did something to somebody, I guess, and yes, that's how she expired.
yeah.
Somewhere in like Eastern Europe or somewhere, it seemed. And yeah, all I could take was one blow where it, basically busted her skull open, and that was all I needed to see. I didn't even need to see anything else because I clicked off of it. So yeah, I don't know what she did, but it wasn't cool. I don't know what that was involved, but
Mm.
that pickaxe was involved in her forehead, and they wasn't performing surgery. That's all I'll say.
It was
But
a lobotomy, bro. It was a lobotomy. But
yeah.
so back to the Walmart thing. So that's called Coley corporate owned life insurance, and they used to call it the janitor's policy. So not only Walmart was one of the companies that got in trouble for that. A lot of corporations were doing that, and they actually changed the way that policies are sold. But that even goes to as far as to why, for example, black people distrust um, insurance companies or distrust life insurance because they have things they had since, like I said, New York Life and Prudential were two companies in the 1800s before Alonzo Herndon created Atlanta Life Insurance
Mhm.
that were denying black people left and right. They also both owned slaves, but they were denying black people left and right because they were black. And they actually created um, black rates versus others. So they made it more expensive for your insurance if you were black because they understood that black people were understanding the value of life insurance and passing down generational wealth. And they were understanding that for pennies on the dollar, if in 1865 I could spend 10 cents a month and when I die, my kid is going to get $1,000. That's a lot of money in 1862. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So, but we don't look at it relative the same way, right?
Hmm.
And like I said, I'm gonna do a video again. What kind of cars do you like? Like I did it compared to Benzes, right? In different classes of Benzes,
Hmm.
comparing $100,000 life insurance policy.
Well,
I'm gonna do
well, my next car I'm supposed to get, because with this house purchase and the actual build out, I'm not done building it out yet. I'm supposed to get a Porsche SUV as far as my reward. So that's the next car I'm looking at getting, is a Porsche truck.
okay. So
Um,
you're getting the Cayenne or the Macan?
Probably a Cayenne.
Okay. So, see, I don't know that much about Porsches. Shit, now I got to study up on Porsches, but
Well,
I'm
Porsches is owned by, okay, so Volkswagen is one of the richest companies on, as far as car companies on planet Earth, because they own Bugatti, they
yeah,
own Porsche, of course, Volkswagen, they own Audi, they own quite a few exotic brands
I think
that
Peugeot now too, right?
they own. What?
Peugeot. Peugeot's
Yeah,
a though.
yeah,
They're
yeah,
friends, but I'm
yeah,
sorry. Go ahead. I
yeah,
don't know shit about cars. I just well, like you
yeah.
said, like your grandfather. I'll end up learning a lot of shit because my clients are into shit, so I have to learn about what they into to get them
You
to give.
ain't gonna like you listen to me, you ain't gonna help but learn. Like what you doing now is where you're getting actually all of like my big ass brain. Like you just, you know what I'm saying? Because like, I mean, I know a lot of shit because I'm the type, I'll just research shit for like days on end, weeks, months, years, and then I have all of this like information that I just basically have stored away, and I don't really remember everything, but I have a pretty good memory. And actually reciting it actually helps my memory even better. But yeah, because I also kind of my goal, my present goal is to be a day trader, to be a private day trader. So like I want to just basically exit from the actual hamster wheel of working a 9 to 5 and just be a day trader, private day trader. So like the thing is that I'm still on track to do that, but from
Google
day
Maverick,
trading.
and they'll give you 25 racks of their own money to trade.
Who is that?
Maverick Trading. You can find them on Craigslist.
Okay, yeah, I looked up them. I looked up them before. I'm familiar. And I'll look back. I'll look at and see what they're up to now. But yeah, like basically, I've looked up so many companies, bro, trying to like trade. I just kind of that's how I know a lot about business, and everybody should know a lot about business because business is inescapable. You either working for a business or you got one. It's inescapable. So like, yeah, I mean, Volkswagen is one of the biggest. Okay, this is something that I've been thinking about actually for quite a while. I've been thinking about Germany a lot. And one
Mm.
of the reasons I've been thinking about Germany is
Been getting
because
it back, man.
people are not aware of how wealthy Germany is. And I'm not even talking about presently. I'm talking about back before they went into Africa, went into Uganda, went into the Congo and different parts of Africa and whatnot. Like I'm talking about like back in the 17, 16, 1500s, like all those old ass castles that's in Germany,
Mhm.
and it's like pretty much Germany really conquered the entire Europe well before World War I, and then just a lot of people just not aware of
Mm.
how wealthy that the Germans and the Prussians actually were, you know, and
Mm.
and still is to this day. And it's like um I've been I'm a castle lover, so a lot of the castles that's in Germany, it comes up on the list of castles and stuff like that. And then basically, you can actually buy castles on, I forgot the name of the site, but you can buy castles in Europe. They don't have that many in the United States. A lot of them are just bed and breakfasts. But
Right.
yeah, I remember I added some dude that built a castle in Tennessee on Facebook, but he was like, "No, nigga, you get your you no, you ain't my friend, motherfucker." but but yeah, man, none of that shit. Like, yeah, but the thing is that yeah, man, Germany has a lot of wealth to this day. It's one of the richest countries in Europe. A lot of people they just forget that shit or they don't know.
Well, shit, you just dropped one on me because I didn't know that Germany was wealthy that far back. I did understand before World War II, but I was going to say that's where, and actually this was admitted by a Jewish guy, uh, that's why partially Adolf did the things that he did, because uh, those people ruined the country with interest
Well,
rate,
what the
which is what
Jews,
started World War II.
what the Jews pretty much, the thing about them, as far as even just as far, let's just talk about the Europeans, because the original Jews were the like people of the
Ashkenazis.
yeah, the people that were like in Ethiopia. Oh, those are actually more of the original Jews as far as things, but the actual Ashkenazi or European Jews, what they did was, I mean, they actually, got the customs and everything like that, the Talmud and whatnot. I've got the Talmud. That's one religion that I haven't really got into very in depth. I mean, basically, the Bible is the 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 Torah is actually the first six books of the Bible. I took a religious class in college, so I think I passed it. Would I pass that class? Let me think about it.
You know that makes you an atheist, right?
What? No, no, I'm not an atheist.
When you when people go to college for theology, they become a theist. As a
Well, the thing is that I think I did. No, I didn't pass that course because I actually got caught plagiarizing. But I was going to school to just get my MGI bill money.
plagiarizing the Bible. Well, this the words Jesus said. No, I'm just kidding.
Man, I was going to school to get my MGI bill at the time, and the thing is that yeah, the first six books of the Bible is actually the Torah. And basically a Christian is really a Jew that just likes to read too much.
Damn.
Because the first six books is all you need to be a Jew. I think Genesis, Deuteronomy, Exodus, uh I forgot all of them, but yeah, the first six chapters of the Bible is actually the Torah, you know. But the thing about it is, as far as the Jewish customs and stuff like that, they actually have a closed system, and in that closed system, and Islam has that too, and that's where it's kind of becomes complicated. So, like for example, of all of the monotheistic religions, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, um, well, Christianity is somewhat open, right? It's the only one that's really open. Like I can get with the Christian woman. It's not necessarily probably liked if you're not in a church, right? But you can get with the Christian woman. Also, Jehovah's Witness is closed as well because they're not technically not supposed to date out of their particular Jehovah's Witness group or whatever. But um basically Judaism is in Islam is closed. A Jewish woman is supposed to date and mate with or marry a Jewish man. And
Mhm.
also the same goes for Islam. They're not supposed to date out of their particular if you you would have to convert in order to marry one of them.
Right.
The men can
Like,
actually marry a particular like a Islamic man can marry a Christian woman, but the rule of thumb is she's supposed to be chaste. Well, I mean, you could just pretty much forget about that in the United States of America. So unless she's like 18 and she's never been touched. So I mean, some scholars, I'm not religious. I used to go to the church. The religions that I actually tried, or I can say in my life, was Christianity and Islam. I was I was going to church primarily just to get women, though. It wasn't. really something that I really took serious. I was with my homies. They took me to the church, and I got into it briefly. But the thing is that when it comes to when I got into the Islamic, uh, when I got into, well, I was raised in a Muslim household. Both my parents was Muslim, but I wasn't devout until like probably my late 20s. But the thing is, when it comes to some other imam scholars, you can date or you can marry because there's no dating. That's another thing. In Islam is no dating. I don't know about Judaism. It's very similar to Islam, but
Hmm.
the thing is that when it comes to actually courtship, you're supposed to have, this is where the brother and the father come into play. You literally, they're involved in that courtship. They're supposed to be by even text or the Quranic law, whatever. They're supposed to be involved, or just Quranic, um as far as in the book, in the Quran, there's a certain way you're supposed to actually go about courtship, and that is involving what is called a wali, which is, it could be your cousin, it could be a brother or a father. You can actually marry your cousin though, so it's kind of complicated with that. You can't marry your first cousin, but the thing is that
Doing it all the time, especially in the Black America.
mhm, um
There's
they
some
have
parents
they have sex with each other, but they don't
that
necessarily.
don't marry. No,
No, but the thing about it is with Islam, actually the word sex, which is nikah in Arabic, is
marriage.
actually the same. It's the same word for marriage. Actually, sex and marriage is very much the same thing. But it's not looked about that as the same. But in this
Assalamu
country,
alaikum warahmatullah, by the way.
hmm,
I said assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, by the way.
walaikum salam. I'm not necessarily a religious person, as far as I don't follow any religion other than probably, I would say the main religion I probably follow is the source of where they all those main three monotheistic religions got their information or knowledge from, which is Egypt, ancient Egypt, and
Okay.
the Kemetic,
Kemetic.
yeah, the basically Kemetic, knowledge is where they all of those came from. And even the word amen, or the person as an actual person, or actually a ruler in Egypt, all of the religions at the end of their prayer they say amen, and they
Hmm.
literally saying that they're reciting a ancient pharaoh or ancient god that was in Egypt. So that lets you know right there the source of what the white the rulers of the world, and as far as like the British royal family and other, some people call them Illuminati organizations. They all know this information, but the thing is that when it comes to Islam, the basically it's no dating, so it's literally marriage, and in order to have sex, you have to marry. You
Married.
know, so the word nikah is actually the same as marriage. So when it comes to that, it's a closed thing. So in order to penetrate that culture, you have to actually be a quote unquote technically a Muslim. And it's the same thing that it goes to with as far as Judaism. So going back to Europe pre World War II, Nazism, Jewish concentration rounding up, they were able to have this closed system and make a lot of money, and the money that they made, they charged interest, right, like you say, and they were concentrating all of this capital. um and a lot of people didn't like that. The Nazis, I guess, didn't like that. So that's not all of the story. I mean, some people obviously would have an issue with what I'm saying. um Jewish people, actually white Jews in this country as well as all over the world, they're very intelligent, very ferocious people intellectually. um their beta males will kill the fuck out of you. Like, and that's their betas.
Yeah.
The alphas that do Krav Maga and all of that shit, they're very ferocious. I'm not necessarily scared of them, but when it comes to like who I think about as far as like how ferocious they are, they come up as far as in thought
Are you
because the
talking
shit,
about the Israeli Jews?
yeah, yeah. Um, the shit that they can do as far as the technology that they have, they will come at your ass. The
Let me
fucking
explain to you why you're going to erase that fear right now. They fear you.
Oh, I know. But
Now,
the thing is that the what do they call? I forgot what their special their secret intelligence is. The Mossad. The Mossad. I mean, like I say, they're very they're see the thing about it is, and this goes back into competition. I've never finished my points. I've been talking. This been going for 3 hours, and I
I'm
haven't even
sorry,
finished.
bro. I don't mean to
No,
hijack.
no, 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 no. I'm trained. I'm trained to do 8 hours live streams from back in the BGS Lions Den days, back in like 2016, 2017. This ain't nothing but me getting started. But the thing is that back to competition, we're taught in the black community, primarily in the hood, in poverty, we're taught that intelligence is to be frowned upon. You book smart, ha ha ha, class counts. Look at this,
True.
do paying attention to the books. But at the end of the day, going back to the intelligence, you can okay, I can whoop my this is one thing, this is one of the things as far as and this is just, European culture, white culture in general, Asian culture, um, Hispanic culture do to a certain extent, but they're kind of similar to black people as far as nigger shit. Like they do have some type of aspect of
That's
you know
Latino culture, not
yeah,
Hispanic culture.
yeah. Look, they have an aspect of, they're smart people. They do value intelligence more than black people, but they have a similar kind of machismo. Okay,
No,
you could be.
Latinos on that nigga shit, but Hispanics are Caucasians.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know that. But the thing is back to the intelligence. What I can do physically is very finite. But what I
Mm.
can do, what I can do in my mind is very much is infinite to a certain degree. And that's one of the things. Okay, hold on. And that's one of the things that the kind of Jewish people, that's the one thing I notice about them, that they really they're not necessarily known for being athletic, really, physically strong or anything like that, but their intelligence and their unity is world renowned.
Hmm.
Even just their level of intelligence and the moves that they make,
And their unity, yeah.
is is,
Look
is
at their
world
unity,
renowned.
bro. Look at the Jews in America make up 2% of the population, but 50+% of the reported hate crimes.
Yeah, yeah.
That's possible.
And the thing is that, like, see, here's the thing, and it kind of goes back to money, right? It goes back to, see, one of the books that I read before I wrote my book, just studying, because I started studying financial personal finance after 2000, the 2008 market collapse. And one
Yeah,
of the books. Hmm?
so I'm gonna write my book. I'm gonna get with you and figure out this distribution and all that because it's gonna be a quick one. But I
Oh,
already got the
it's
title and everything.
easy. I mean, basically, you can use Amazon. I mean, that's all I did. I didn't get with no distributors and anything like that. That's a different type of game. I'm
Mhm.
not saying I couldn't do that or that ain't advised to not do, but um, the thing is that I could show, I could, I could, you know what I'm saying? I'm an email away, man, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about it, back to yeah, the 2% thing or whatever, is like basically one of the things that I think is important if you're trying to get this bag, you're trying to get some money, and I mean, if you listening to me, I don't know why you would even be wanting to listen to me if you're not trying to get the money or whatever. But the thing is that one of the things about this book that I was pretty much reading and I have in my library to this day is called The Millionaire Next Door. I probably have two books. I probably have two copies. And one of the things about The Millionaire Next Door is important if you're trying to be a millionaire as well. I even say it's a prerequisite for before you even buy my book, is because one of the things that The Millionaire Next Door does is it tells you what you need to know as far as who has the money already. What is the psychology of these people that have the money? What's the cultural breakdown of who has the money? And in short, the the Millionaire Next Door, they primarily are married. They tend to be 50 something years old. They're small business owners, but not all of them are small business owners. They've been married for a long period of time. They don't dress really flashy. They're like pretty much common people as far as they don't all drive BMWs, Beamers, and have Maybachs and all of that type of shit. They just have a regular car, regular degular car. Might even have a pickup truck depending on where they are in the country. They this cultural breakdown is primarily WASP, which is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and also Jewish origin. Eastern Europeans make up a big chunk of that. Russians, Polish,
Jews.
Ukrainians, yeah. And then a lot of those people are actually Jews as well, as far as their actual religion. And basically others, you know, as far as black people in that construct, we're less than. I actually broke down the actual breakdown as far as the mathematical statistics of black millionaires, and as far as I remember, it was like 0.0, because you'll be hard to find this shit. Is you gotta
Yeah.
damn near like beat down somebody's door to get the information. But as far as I last remember, I was like 0.0001% or some shit like that. So it's like okay, that is what 1/10 of a percent. Like
Yeah.
yeah, like it's really really low. Like I mean, um, so like yeah, it's because we don't we okay, it's back to competition. It's back to the topic. I mean, an intact family is very pretty much essential in that formula. If you
Hmm.
don't have an intact family, it's like I did a post on my Facebook page. It's like basically trying to fight someone with your hands tied sitting in a chair.
Mm.
That's how okay, hold on. I be I be saying too many things, man.
Drop
I
that
need
bomb.
to have a I need to have a
Drop the
goddamn
bomb.
soundboard. Like, I mean, literally, like trying to compete with this is a family against family thing, or a family versus family situation. You started off. I still, cause it ain't too many people be just in the clouds watching me, so it ain't too many comments. So
Mhm.
basically, you said this way back. Um, you know, the haves primarily. One thing, if you just basic, I used to watch that show too, the haves and the haves not. It's kind of cheesy, but it gets to the point sometimes. Tyler Perry, shout out to Tyler Perry. Let me hold some, drop something in the cash out. Um, the thing is that when you break, just if you just even make it simple as that with the haves and the have-nots, basically we all know the have-nots primarily have just even if it's a like it seems like almost like the family is fake, just so their image looks good. They are married and coupled up. I
Yes,
mean,
saying
literally,
that.
they'll stay married and coupled up just to save their image. And back to the intact family thing, it's like basically the have-nots. What you primarily notice is that they do not have an intact family, and what I mean by intact family is a father, a parental household of a father, a mother, and their children.
And generations of it.
Huh?
And generations of it.
And generations of it. And that's, I really don't even try to, I guess I don't talk about the generations too much, because I guess here's the thing that I was going to say previously, hours ago, is that yeah, we do need to also train our children to deal with life and deal with to pass, once we pass on, that they can actually maintain and pass the baton, right? Because it's a competition, it's a race.
Mhm.
I remember watching the last Olympics, and watching the primarily the women are they tend to be better as far as track and field than the men.
Yeah. Shit, they
I
look better anyway.
Yeah, they look better, of course, as well. Pause. I don't really like
But no,
watching
I
men
get it. Yeah.
running, but yeah, like they passing, in the relays, they pass the baton, right? And typically they have what, the anchor tends to be the fastest. um, and I used to, well, I used to run a lot, but I
Okay.
didn't run track. I'll never forget his white boy, the white teacher. He asked me all my years in high school, freshman to senior year, you want to run track? Because he saw that I was fast. I mean, he saw my legs. Like I could bench press. I mean, I could leg lift to this day, about 400 pounds.
Wow.
I have like He-Man calves.
Yeah.
Like my ex-wife, she used to laugh about my calves. Like she was like, I forget sometimes some of the good shit because there's so much toxic shit that happened. But
Okay.
but the thing is that yeah, like when that baton is passed, it's typically passed in order to win the race. And the thing about it is, yeah, the anchor is typically the fastest female on the team, or the fastest track runner on the team. So yeah, I mean, it just kind of is like going back to intelligence. What I think and what I could actually, it all starts in the mind. Okay, I guess let me see here. Let's see, what was the second point? Okay, yeah, I guess this is the second point I can get into. um this is basically kind of getting to where I'm going here. Let's see here, let's put this point up, highlight this. Yeah, so yeah, not being able to get along with the man in a relationship, vice versa, it's a social dysfunction. When I went to college, I started in business. I changed my major to social work. And at the college I went to, well, the university I went to, which is Chicago State University, it wasn't no social work program, so you had to get a degree in sociology and then
Oh,
go into social work. So as far as there's concerns, a lot of humanities courses, psychology, sociology courses, philosophy. One thing I didn't like about
Okay.
one thing I did not like about the humanities courses in the United States. I mean, I know it's historically, it's eons ago, but they always talk about Socrates, in the story of Plato. And Socrates, he would have been under the jail cell with acid if he was alive, because what he
Today?
used to do, yeah, what he used to do was train little boys and then fuck them at the same time. You know,
Today?
yeah, that was, yeah, the Greeks, the Greco-Roman history.
They
I
were some
mean,
freaks.
man, I mean, you can see the monuments and stuff like that. I mean, it's very.
Saturnalia, bro. Saturnalia.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the monuments and stuff as far as on the cathedrals and stuff like that. That is why, I mean, it's part of the culture. It's literally part of the culture, and it just wasn't just white people. It was multicultural. They paint the history that it was just white, but it was multicultural. It
Most
was
definitely.
the Etruscans were the fathers of the Greco-Roman culture, history. But the thing is that, not to cut you off,
Mm-mm.
the actual story of Socrates is that of a pedophile that was very intelligent and used to teach little boys, and then part of his lesson, the trade-off was him to be basically committing pedophilia. I mean, actually having sexual relations with his pupils. And then as it goes into etymology of these words. I mean, these words and whatnot. It's where why is it called a pupil and all that shit. But the thing is like in the public and in the penal system and shit like that. But the
Yeah.
thing is that as far as in terms of that educational background that I have in sociology. Yes, very much it is a social dysfunction to not be able to get along, because when you don't get along, you don't have an intact family, or even if you have a family, it's dysfunctional. I mean, it's a certain level of dysfunctional everybody's gonna have, because
Yeah.
here's the thing: nobody's perfect. So in order to you know deal with two people are not perfect, so they're gonna share imperfections.
Right.
Okay, the Queen of England, I'm pretty sure she used to argue with Prince Philip. So I mean, and they also lived in separate bedrooms. So that, I think that's helpful to a certain degree, because my great aunt and her husband, they used to live in separate bedrooms.
Hmm.
But um yeah, but the thing is that when it comes to that social dysfunction, we see a lot of that primarily all across the board. But in the black community, um, it's something that is actually pushed in, as far as our on the media in our culture, is to be accepted. Okay, who accepts it? Simps accept it, and black women promote. Okay, you got to take me who as I am. You got to take all of this mouth and this lip and this toxicity and all of this shit. And a lot of guys are not taking it. A lot of guys are, that's one of the things about social media and YouTube, that they don't like us, because we're
The black community.
exposing the light. Yeah.
I think it's a Western male thing. I think, yeah, the black community is definitely matriarchal. But I think that's one of the problems. And I think where the issue came, there was actually a discussion about this with like things about the Moynihan report, et cetera, et cetera. The issue became apparently, because BGS was breaking this down, they were looking to help black men. And if you look at the period of time where things like gangster rap came out, if they were looking at, well, how do we emasculize or masculinize, not demasculine, but masculinize these black men. Well, let's give them images of the tough guy, because remember, the pimp and the gangster was 1920s was gangster with a Tommy gun. That's an automatic 45, which is an AR-15 today,
Right.
right?
Hmm.
So that was the image of Tommy guns and gangsters and mobsters was always fashionable and stylish. So let's push that on the black community and, have them, be disrespectful to women because, the weaker white guys who are dealing with that type of shit now are looking at it like, well, these are the big guys that are fucking all the women, or the bikers with tattoos and, red bandanas. So
Yeah.
uh,
It's a lot of
that
it's a
image on.
it's a lot of that. Them, I would even say the bikers run Gary, Indiana. It's like, man, this shit is so dark. Like, dude, I can show you if you came here, I could show you a whole strip that's nothing but
Oh,
like
he's like a motherfucker, I'm sure.
nothing but biker gangs. Like, I mean, and a couple of them is, I'm like I say, I'm pretty much a news hound for the most part. Um, I got plenty of time on my hands. But the thing is that some of these guys, they done set up hits on witnesses and shit and got caught. I haven't gotten to that Netflix show. I don't know if it's still on Netflix. The one that was about the biker gangs, but yeah, I kind of, it's something that's really big here. Like, it's a big thing in Gary, Indiana, because Gary, Indiana is primarily, I would say, it's an 85 octane city. I mean,
Hmm.
primarily it's a ratchet ass city, man. I mean,
Yeah,
they run it. The ratchets run it here. You know.
yeah.
Um. So, like, yeah, the
Ain't
bikers are.
Michael Jackson from Gary?
What's that?
That's ain't Michael Jackson from Gary?
Well, yeah, yeah. The Michael Jackson, the Jackson family, they're from Gary. But believe it or not, they actually kind of Gary disservice, because if you watch the documentary on Michael, the Jackson family and the Jackson Five and everything,
Hmm.
you would think that Gary was just this poor ass place, and it's always been poor people in Gary, but I mean, it wasn't everybody was poor in Gary at the time
Hmm.
of the Jacksons, and even now. And it's like people's because it goes back to the media, people's representation of what they think Gary is because of the Jackson Five, Jackson family, is that it's just this poor ass place, and
Yeah.
it's no, the Jackson family was poor. The you know Joe Jackson, he wanted them, he was whipping them to sing and dance because he was fucking broke as hell, living in a steel mill.
Mm.
He needed them to whip him in shape so he can get out of the house he was living in, and out that fucking steel mill. They were poor, not other people and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was probably quite a few people that were struggling,
Oh
but the
yeah.
whole city wasn't poor. I mean, some people were probably living better than others. It was just they were
All
broke as fuck. Like, so yeah.
right.
And even now, it's,
Right
I'm
about that.
sorry. Yeah.
No, I
Even now,
got
it's not
got
people
you.
that's broke as fuck like in Gary. It's people that they got, like, a little, like, big houses, and people got money and shit. Like,
Mm.
it's a lot of broke ass motherfuckers though, but it ain't like everybody that's fucked up. I can show you places that's everybody's fucked up, but it
Okay.
ain't Gary. And then you got um Gary is part of Miller Beach. area that is like more affluent and is right off of the lake shore and the Lake Michigan. And then they got they got an actual international airport. I mean, you can actually go get on a private jet and fly wherever you need to fly right at the fucking airport, like 5 minutes away. I mean, 10 minutes away. I mean, so it's like it's not a complete busted ass town. It is busted though. It's a lot of abandoned houses, uh, potholes and shit. And yeah, you can get shot. It's a lot of gunplay, but
Mhm.
it's also you can hop on a private jet and go anywhere in the fucking world too. It's all how you look at it. It's your mindset. So, um,
Yeah.
but what were you saying? Because yeah,
Oh no, I wasn't. I was just saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You keep going with your point. But I had just thought about the Gary Indiana thing with Michael Jackson.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, he's probably one of the most famous people in the world. I mean, this is pretty much where he well his mom and dad they got I think they said they got married in a town called Crown Point, Indiana. So
Mhm.
that's about probably 20 minutes away from Gary, 15 depending on um wherever you travel and shit. But yeah,
Yeah.
they got married in the courthouse, and they had, I guess, I think the first Jackson 5. I don't know. My mother used to know all that shit, man, because that was her era. I mean, all I know Michael from is from the '80s, man. I had a red jacket like with the and I had probably the
Oh, with the
sparkling
scribble-
gloves and shit. Like
with the
that's all I
scribble.
remember. Like my uncle, he had the Thriller album in his apartment. He used to fuck bitches and shit. And I used to see him. I used to see like a crack in the door, had some broad over, but he was crazy as fuck. He was on crack in the '80s. He got off the shit. Um, he got married. His wife now told him he can't date me. He's smoking the crack pipe.
Yeah.
So she was like his fucking savior and shit. But um yeah, I mean it was that was my introduction to Michael Jackson was the '80s because I was born in of course the '80s. So um that was what my introduction was. I don't know. All I know is listen to the music as far as the '70s and shit. My aunts and uncles and my mother know more about the Jackson family and shit like that. Jackson 5. I
That's
ain't
right.
I ain't really the Jackson 5 ain't my fucking go
Ain't
to.
your cup of tea.
You know what I'm saying? All I know is Michael Jackson, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like fucking Thriller.
So, man, let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
Because you just said the generations, and you're on point too, right? So with competition as well as generations, and we looking at the black community, one thing that I noticed is this, and I don't know where this failure rate came in. When we look at collegiate degrees, all around the board, even though black women are outpacing black men and only outpacing black men in terms of being college educated, which isn't like a bonus because they're being mired in debt and they don't get degrees that are in practical fields, right? They're getting underwater basket weaving degrees. So now you got to go stock shelves at Macy's because you've got $87,000 in debt for an underwater basket weaving degree. But
Mhm.
back in the '60s and prior,
Mhm.
even when it was a lot harder for black people to get educations,
Mhm.
there's a lot of older boomers
Mhm.
who are college educated. But it
Mhm.
seems like it fell off in, I guess, maybe the late '60s, like at the end of them getting their degrees in the '60s. It fell off in the '70s and '80s. And then in the '90s, it started coming back a little bit heavy with stuff like A Different World and The Cosby Show. And I know that was late '80s, but the
Mhm.
effect didn't catch on till the '90s.
Mhm. Mhm.
And what do you think? Do you think what do you think about that? Like even stuff about passing down generational education. Because if you
Mhm.
look at, being able to get along with a person in a relationship,
Mhm.
women, other women outside of the black community get trained to go to college to get a man.
Mhm.
I
So
wasn't.
yeah, so you talking about culture? You talking about African American culture.
Hmm.
So basically going, you got people on YouTube or whatever and social media, off social media, that they don't blame the powers that be at all, right? I ain't that motherfucker. I'm a chess player. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a coward. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a coon. It's not a coon channel or none of that bullshit.
The shit's chess, it ain't checkers.
The thing about it is, that was a media, or the whole kind of whatever you want to call it, if you want to call it the Illuminati, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that was the play to degrade, and it's still the play to degrade the minds of the future impressionable children. We came up with the special ed. I'm your idol, the highest title, numero uno. I'm not a Puerto Rican, but I'm speaking of that so that like, I mean, like, you had to actually flow. You had to have knowledge of the English dictionary, the
Hmm.
thesaurus, in order to actually rap. The actual rap videos was on college campuses. The culture of the different world was a college show, a black collegiate college show. The Cosby Show was a doctor and a lawyer. And the children that were highly educated, highly cultured, and yeah, in as far as even the African American culture that was pushed on them, from the painting that was in the background of the show to the music, and all of that, right? Um it was a push, I guess, at the late 90s to go make everything gangster, and not saying those elements were not there, not saying the Coogee rap wasn't selling albums, or other, Grandmaster Cash or whatever,
Hmm.
selling albums. They were, but I mean, that element was always there. But the thing is that the media coverage was the push towards, Cosby said he wasn't having no bullshit. I got money. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I got I got accreditation from doing other shows, and I got a history and everything like that. So he wasn't having it anyway other than the way he wanted to have it. and
Right.
and and that was showing basically a black upper middle class family, even just black upper class family on a TV show on syndication. And not only was it a hit show, it was a hit show for a period of almost a decade, if
Yeah.
not a decade. And the different world was an extension of that, and that brought an area of people going to college as being acceptable to go to college, and so on and so forth. But to now, it's a cultural degradation of what we have now is you know prostitution being acceptable to everybody. I mean, it's okay to buy. I done bought plenty of pussy in my life. Okay, I stopped buying pussy because I just I don't like I don't like it. It's I talked about it on my channel, but I mean, I ain't talking about nobody that buy pussy. I don't think everybody should be selling pussy though. Okay, like, I thought about this. Like, if your mama, okay, let's just say if the neighbor is selling pussy, right?
Hmm.
And then the woman down the street is selling pussy, okay. Yeah, okay, wow, okay. If the neighbor across the street is also selling pussy and your mama, that's a cause of alarm that something is actually going on.
Hmm.
I mean, why is these women why is everybody selling pussy? What cultural links do we have to a whole bunch of women selling pussy?
Right.
We have London in the 1800s with Jack the Ripper, with all of the slums in England, and the financial despair that was during those times. We have the fall of Rome and Emperor Nero.
Mhm.
Whenever that was going on, you had a lot of women selling pussy, and I mean, you got cultural historical revelations to show that, okay, if it's a lot of women selling pussy, this is some like I'm a like I said, I'm a stock guy. I've been I research stocks and I research a lot of shit, right? In historical charts and stuff like that is something is part of that research. And when you research in history like I do as well, there's actual representations of history that you can point to, pull back to. It's like, okay, this is very similar. This is something to look up to. And one of those things is that we forget how, okay, first of all, it is more easier to get capital now in this country, but this country is still an unequitable country as far as wealth distribution. You have the super elites, right? The uber elites, the uber wealthy, those that have, $2 million of of income every year, right?
Right.
Or even $10 million. Let's just say $10 million. And then in order to be rich, you have to have depending on where you from, where you live, you have to make over a certain amount of money a year, like over $500,000 at the very minimum to be to be rich, right?
Right.
So it's the difference between being rich and also being wealthy as well. And it's like, okay, in order to even be rich, it's not like it's easy to be rich. It's only less than in the black community, less than 1% makes over $100,000. I mean, Kevin, shout out to, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. He made a lot of his money, kind of dropping bombs on women that were delusional in understanding how rare those individuals are.
Oh, can I
Uh,
drop the bomb?
oh yeah, go ahead.
In terms of the whole Kevin Samuels thing, at least, I'm saying, you keep it at 1,000. We know, he didn't have a whole bunch of money, but this actually leads back to your topics about getting along with a person, preparing and having that competitive mindset. Because to be a competitive mindset, if you're a Henry, or if you're trying to be part of the hit squad, or if you're trying to get to a high value man, one of them tenements was you have to make X amount of dollars, 10,000 a month every month for the last 3 years. I know because I called into his show and he called me high value homeless and hung up on me. Then the month he died, I hit my first $13,000 month off of selling life insurance back in April.
Hmm.
So he what happens is, I people were like, well, he when he died, they were clowning his funeral and everything and all this stuff. And I'm like, just because he's, quote unquote high value now or has the money now doesn't mean that he could have qualified for life insurance. He said he was a cancer survivor. So it's likely that now that he had the money and was quote unquote ready, and like a lot of people say, I'll call you when I'm ready, or I'll call you when I get the money.
Hmm.
Well, when you get the money or when you're ready, you might decline life insurance when you're healthy, but when you're not healthy, the life insurance gets to decline you.
Right. That's true. That
And
is
so people
definitely
got to
true.
stop clowning him for not having all this money for whatever,
Nah,
because it's,
he was rich when he died. Like
yeah,
he was one of those he Kevin was one of those guys that was quiet. Definitely he was quiet about he would say certain things here and there, but he was quiet, definitely quiet about his financial status. The reason why I say that is because, see, here's the thing. I mean, I knew him because he used to come in BGS panels back in like 2017, and we were all kind of like trying to figure things out that time. I mean, everybody that probably kind of had some type of, meteoric rise or whatever to success, they weren't successful as they were in 2017, so it's like basically, you know before he died, he was, doing speaking engagements where he was getting money from that. He had a big Patreon following. I don't know how big his Patreon following was, but he was getting money off of that, super chats and cash apps, as well as AdSense revenue. He had a
Mhm.
million subs. So I'm not saying he was getting Mr. Beast money, but it's safe to say he definitely probably, in my estimation, was clocking about at the very least, in a 1 to 2 year time span, because he got in a pandemic.
Mhm.
Shout out, I heard I heard I heard I watch listen to Earn Your Leisure, and some dude, so they call the pandemic the pandemic, because a
Mhm.
lot of people made a lot of money off of filling voids, and it's still a pandemic, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's not done, but yeah, he made a lot of money in from 2020, and then of course he was making money before the end, but he started making his money during the pandemic, 2020 to, of course, his recent expiration. So the thing is that I've, at the very least, he made a million. And here's the thing, here's the kicker, here's the bomb drop that I'm gonna drop too. Um, his channel is still up. Now
Mhm.
he can't do no more live streams. Of course, he can't do no more live streams. The Patreon probably, here's the thing with that. I mean, some people might be loyal followers that they just basically won't close out his Patreon or something like that. They'll just keep paying the monthly contributions. I
Mhm.
don't know. Okay. I mean, the thing is that those videos are still up. The ad revenue is still up. Not only do I, in my estimations, that he left over $1 million, if not a million or close to it. He also, his daughter, I don't know how many children he had. I think he had just one daughter. His daughter and whoever relatives, as far as, I don't know if he had a will or estate plan. He's got a he was friends with lawyers, so he got the Dennis Sperlin, I believe, is handling his estate. So he's probably already
Yeah,
taken
I
care
wouldn't
of
do that
that.
though. Dennis Sterling is not an estate attorney.
Yeah, I don't, I'm not sure as far as what he actually is, but I think he's involved in his estate planning
Yeah.
or whatever. I mean, it ain't like he can do anything. The man is dead. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, sometimes you kind of
It's
work with what
obviously
you
there's
got left.
paperwork done beforehand, so
Yeah. See,
yeah,
like
like
me, I did a will. At the very,
that.
like, a will is a poor man's estate plan. Like, it's just pretty much defined who, if I died tomorrow, I got this and I got that, and then this is what I want to give it to. I've already sent it to my uncle, who's like my executor, and I've sent it to my ex-wife. You know, and I could go into all of that stuff too, because it go, like, I'm not dysfunctional. I busted my ex-wife and I made babies more than once, actually, more than twice actually. But the thing is that I did that because I wanted children, and I mean, my children are my fucking legacy. Like, I don't understand anything else. Like, I hear other people, they kind of look at their children like a fucking paycheck or a whatever expense. I mean, yeah, they are, but the thing is these motherfuckers need to be like fucking hitting the ground running, passing whatever baton that I give them. Anything else is, as far as I'm can talk, as far as I can say, it's foreign language to me, because even if I wanted to say, even if I was religious, right, that's part of it's in the Quran as far as how you supposed to pass on your assets to your children. It's very well defined.
Mhm.
Um, I'm sure the Bible has stuff like that, but I mean, even outside of that, it's just common sense. I mean, I'm definitely trying to pass on some type of legacy to my children. I also want to start another family, possibly, but I don't know how that will go. Only time will tell with that. But the thing is also, um, you know, the problem is, as far as, I mean, the thing with his channel is that he still got it. He still get ad revenue. People still watching those videos probably more than ever. You make more money when you, so a lot of times you make more money when you die versus when you living. Like you mentioned Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson made over $1 billion after he died, from album sales and all of the actual content that he left on this earth. I mean, his children got a lot of that, and his estate got a lot of that. His mother actually, I think, manages his estate. And then Prince is another one that also made money after he died. And then these people actually, this kind of hurts a little bit, but it is what it is. We talking about Michael Jackson, we talking about Prince, we talking about all kind of other people. You could even talk about Basquiat. Basquiat, um, when he was alive, I don't know if he was actually rich, but when he died, his paintings became
Super
like
fan.
super valuable, right? So it's like, he's Michael Jackson. I think his even Elvis makes like so many $1 million a year off
Hmm.
of his rights. They visit the never what is
Never,
Elvis Mansion,
never, right?
yeah, or something ranch or whatever in Memphis. So I
Hmm.
mean, some of these people have been dead for a long time, and they still make money off of their life's work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to motherfucking go no time soon and somebody make some shit. Like all of a sudden, my video, the Broke Genius channel, these motherfuckers don't come in, give me no super chats. I mean, I ain't got no super chat, but no cash apps or nothing. But then I die, and then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, I'm getting 1 million views or some shit or whatever. Like, my book all of a sudden is a fucking New York Times bestseller, and then I barely get, buys, from right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we, that's something you could also talk about, maybe, but it'll be, talking about death, because in this country there is, something that I've been thinking about a lot. It's a certain level of necromancy that we have. And in case you didn't know, necromancy is basically the people that actually kind of read tarot cards and try to talk to the dead and shit like that. That's pretty much what the chick, Lexis Tyler, Vagina Talk, she does a lot of that. um Try, the whole tarot card, trying to read, be a
Yeah.
remote viewer and read, death the dead souls that haven't transitioned or has transitioned and shit like that. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I do listen to some of her, because she talks a lot about Nipsey Hussle.
Uh-huh.
And it's kind of interesting, the shit she be saying. Like, that's what she does. A motherfucker died. Like, she even did Kevin Samuels. Her what she was talking about Kevin Samuels was quite interesting. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I mean, I'm a dark. This is a black pill channel as well. I'm a dark motherfucker. Like, I have ascended to darkness. I've gotten past the red pill rage, and I didn't. I mean, I kind of went dark. That's all I can say. But I still have the light. I still come into the light as well. I come out the cave, and then I go into the light. But the thing is, yeah, I mean, the man, I don't think he was broke. No question. I don't think he was definitely, I think he definitely was rich. I think he just acquired a Lamborghini not too long ago, and he
Well,
did a
here's the
short
thing. So
video. Hmm.
when he died, I googled his net worth. His net worth at death was $4 million. But
Hmm.
what we have to look at when we're looking at high value and passing down assets and stuff, when we look at things like net worth, which is why, like when you were saying, it's difficult to if you can't qualify for life insurance,
Hmm.
you may want to look at self insurance, like real estate and things like that.
Hmm.
That's very true and very smart. But I
Hmm.
do want to add a caveat to that. And that caveat, that's why I was saying you got to be careful with things like estate tax. And
Hmm.
having a will is definitely not just a poor man's estate plan,
Hmm.
because people like Prince himself died
Hmm.
without a will. So
Hmm.
his estate, he died partially intested, though because he has an estate, there's still a plan in place. But certain things may not have gone to whatever his specified wishes were,
Hmm.
because now they're going to go based on the executor of the state's wishes, right?
Hmm.
So, for example, with Michael Jackson, his child Blanket might not get to own whatever that crazy ranch with the pet zoo is.
Hmm.
Give that to the youngest daughter, Pilot, or whatever.
Neverland Ranch, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? But,
Hmm.
we can look at ways to pass shit down. And when we're looking at that, we also have to look at estate taxes, right? But
Hmm.
someone's self-insuring and you're looking at someone's net worth, like I said, Kevin Samuels was worth 4 million.
Hmm.
Like that Lamborghini are what go into his net worth, because that Lamborghini has resale value. So when a person dies and they're worth XYZ,
Hmm.
like real estate and stocks, here's why it's dangerous to leave those to the next generation.
Hmm.
Because we always assume appreciation, right?
Hmm.
There was a point in time where the baddest neighborhood that you can think of was a newly developed suburb or
Hmm.
newly developed urban area.
Hmm.
It was expensive to move into, and people bought the real estate. So what can happen is when a person dies, the
I'll
real estate
I'll be
market,
right back, man. I gotta. I'll be right back. Take the floor. I'll be right back.
no doubt. So what happens when a person dies, the real estate market could be in a position where the person who's selling the home, because now you've died. So when a person dies, unless the real estate is owned all the way out, like there's no mortgage, then you can't sell it. You have to either pay the mortgage off or sell it, but then you have to pay off, whatever it's worth. You can't just bequeath the property. But if for example, like with Kevin Samuels, if he has stocks, those stocks have to be sold for whatever the market rate is today, which, if just like with that house. So if you don't own the house free and clear, the market rate today may not be worth what is left on that mortgage, right? Let's take an area like Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, because everybody's heard of Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn.
Hmm.
Thanks. So Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn right now is gentrified, and those houses are going for millions of dollars,
Yeah.
right? But if you hold Bed-Stuy for another 20, 25 years, thinking of a house on Nostrand Ave where Biggie used to live, yeah, today it's worth $4 million, but 30 years ago it wasn't, and 30 years from now it's not gonna be. Or not, I'm not saying that, that's speculation, but you
That's
get the
speculation. Yeah.
but you get my premise
I
of what
mean,
my
real estate is cyclical.
yeah.
Usually, usually there is a digression, but it's very interesting to see what that digression is going to be. I actually thought that it was going to be a digression um, after the pandemic, but it was the opposite, because actually what a lot of a lot of times I'm neither a Democrat or a Republican. I probably I'm more kind of agree with Republican dialogue than Democrat. I will admit that. But the thing, because I'm not I'm not a abortion advocate or anything like that. I'm more pro life, but the thing is that when it comes to the money that was pushed into during the pandemic, what happened was that it was a surplus of money that was pushed in. It was like more than what was needed. So even Katz and Gary was saying like, man, we were living good, like we was getting unemployment. We was sitting back at the house smoking some good, some good bags, and that was because it was a surplus of funding. I mean, even myself,
Not
I, g-
reparation money.
I mean, it, it was, it was a lot of money that was gotten basically. I mean, even myself. I mean,
That's why the price is so high.
I got I got $1,000 right from I think what 1,200 or something was the first check, and then because I was a contractor, I got another 1,000 that was just kind of like a surprise. I didn't even know that I got it. I just checked my account and I had 1,000 in there, and that's little small money, but that helps. It's not like it was like, some people apply for the PPP and they got what, like 50 grand, 100 grand, uh 10,000, you know what I'm saying, 10 bands or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, I didn't necessarily qualify for that because you had to have like employees to a certain extent, or it was a special way you had to qualify for that. So some people did qualify for that, or didn't qualify, and they were just rigging applications so they can get the money, and those people are under FBI investigation right now,
Mm-hmm.
and they are slowly, quietly and silently are marching to court, to federal court, to um, face various forms of sentencing and alike. And you don't really, it's tripped out because you don't hear about it. Like, one of the things about it is, I mean, I haven't really looked, but you don't hear these people go on YouTube or social media posts, damn man, they caught me with the PPP, man. Now I gotta go upstate and go sit in Club Fed for like a month or 6 months or 6 years or something. These people are very quiet. But
Mm.
some of these people were the same people that, though they weren't quiet when they were posting vacation photos and the new Lambo, the new Richard Millie or whatever watch and shit like that, because I guess they wanted to flash to get some hoes, right?
Right.
Um, so it's kind of interesting, that dynamic, but yeah, it's cyclical. I mean, real estate is very, very cyclical. I don't know. Well, we do know it's going to go down because it's already up. I mean, that's
Well, yeah,
caveman logic, right?
that's true. My only the reason I say it's cyclical, my only assessment of that was because it's cyclical. You do need to be careful about that in terms of self-insuring, as well as things like stocks. The only reason that it's dangerous is because it is cyclical and it's variable. So whereas insurance is guaranteed, so
Hmm.
if I want to leave my daughter $1 million unequivocally, no matter when I die, if it's yesterday or 100 years from now.
Uh-huh.
Whereas, hey, I bought this house in 1997 for $35,000. The market right now, and in 2022, this house is worth, I don't know, what did I say? You bought it for $100,000 in '97,
You
so
said
it's worth
30, 35. You said
35.
35.
So it's worth 100,000 in 2022, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you want to leave your daughter $1 million. So where along the line do you have to be to leave her $1 million? Number one, and number two, is the house paid off? Because if it's not paid off, what ends up happening is people be, and I actually need to stop doing this when I do financial sits with people. People put the equity in their home as an asset that they have when you don't really have it. Because if you have $50,000 worth of equity in your home, but you still owe $100,000 on your home, then you don't have $50,000 worth of equity in your home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Because you can't still owe something and have money.
It's only equity if you actually get it. If
Well,
you
yeah,
don't,
that's true.
yeah. If you don't get it, it's not nothing. It's just imagination, you know.
Man,
And now,
exactly.
not to have people actually go get a HELOC. Do not get a HELOC.
Don't
I don't.
forget that.
Yeah, don't. Like, if anything, you should try to let's just say it's 100 grand balance. You should try to basically get your life together to actually get a 5 year to 10 year payoff, to
Mm,
just basically pay that balance. Because see, here's the thing: when it comes to houses, like my house, I should have paid it off a lot sooner than I did, because it's only $10,000. All I had to do was get a white dude, 5 grand a long time ago and be done with it. I waited to the last damn minute because I don't know, it's just a bad habit that I do sometimes. But when it comes to let's just say cars, let's just talk about cars. So, the car that the car that I want next after the Porsche truck is a Lamborghini.
mhm,
Okay, Lamborghini is probably gonna be, let's just say, $200,000. So you can actually get a car loan on a Lamborghini, but I'm not gonna get no car loan. I mean, my millionaire savings plan is something I follow, and it ain't no you get a car loan to get your reward. It's where you are at. So at that point, I'll be at a $500,000 if I get the Lambo. So the thing is that let's just say I did get a car loan for a Lambo, because a lot of people do.
mhm,
Well, you gotta put a certain amount down, probably, let's just say, the very least 30 to 50 grand. And then your car loan payment is probably gonna be um I don't know, $2,000 to $3,000 a month, because they don't give you no 30-year car loan for a Lambo. It's just like a regular conventional car loan, but different in the fact that it's gonna be a lot higher because it's more expensive. And it's like, let's just say it's a 72-month payoff. Um, you're gonna be paying through the roof, as far as depending on the interest rate, if you don't get a good deal. And then also, the payment is gonna be at the very least $3,000 a month. It's a fucking $170,000 balance, or $150,000 balance that you're gonna have to pay. Well, a lot of times, what people do is, when they get a house, I mean, this is just in my area. In your area, it's a lot different. It's a different animal, whole different type of beast. But I mean, in even where I want to actually live, you can still get a house for about 250, 300 grand. I mean,
mhm.
I'm getting priced out of my goals and dreams and shit, but uh, it's fairly affordable, compared to New York mindset.
Well,
You
yeah.
know, that's like a fucking apartment that's in a probably bad
And
part of
a seven
town.
mortgage, bro, and that was in the hood.
Yeah, that's in the hood. So the thing is that this that will give you, in the Chicagoland area, in a kind of B grade neighborhood, in a like a kind of like a decent 4 bedroom, two bath. It might have a fireplace. It might have an attached garage, but it definitely have a garage, and it'll be, like I said, a B grade neighborhood. And you can take the same concept as the Lambo, but what people do, because I think it's a mental thing, they they'll pay that 30-year mortgage. And people
Yeah,
will age out in their home and pay a 30-year mortgage when they could have just took the same concept as the Lambo. Or let's just even say, like, okay, it's some people get Beamers. I never forget, it was a cop. I was waiting in some, like, um Middle Eastern spot to sell fast food, and the dude was a state police, and he had a or he was a popo, and he had a lamb. I mean, no, he had a Benz. He had a Benz that he said that it was like $100,000, and he had a car note.
That's
Well,
cool.
yeah, it's like the same. His car payment was only 62 months or 72, whatever. It's like if you can pay off a Beamer, in 6 years,
Yeah, you might
you
as well pay off a house.
you could pay off a house at least in 15.
Yeah.
You should, you know what I'm saying? But it's just your mindset. Like, if you looking at it like, okay, I'm gonna pay this off in 30 years, I'm gonna be 65, and then I'm gonna pay it off. That's what you're gonna do. But if you have it to where, like, okay, this is the thing. This is the thing with the houses, bro. I I was my mom, she was trying to get a house way back, and she was actually talking to some guy that lived in Indiana that was a mortgage broker. And this dude was like, this guy was the mortgage brokers of all mortgage brokers. Like, he was like, turns out one of his friends was basically the guy that owns Oracle. I always forget his fucking name. Um, that was his buddy. That was his yacht buddy. So he races yachts with the guy that owns Oracle, and he probably knows other people, because that's all a part of their club. Like, that's their thing. They yacht race. They have competitions. You know, Seaman, UBS they have they in yacht races. Um, a lot of these big corporations, they have a yacht club or whatever. And it's like the elites are racing, it's a competition. Um yeah, one of his friends is the guy that owns Oracle, that he races yachts with or whatever. And the thing is this dude told me something that I'll never forget. And I'll probably pass it on to my grandchildren if I'm lucky or whatever. It's like, he said, you get a house that you can afford to
Mm-hmm.
pay off 10 years, even 5, you know, and you get the 30-year mortgage. But all the while knowing that you can pay it off in 10. That's the secret. Most people get too much house than what they actually can afford, and then they can't never pay it off. It's like almost impossible to pay off. And it's
They,
like that. I know that varies from state to state. New York, you damn near survive. You in survival mode, right? Probably 24/7, because it's so expensive.
well, yeah.
I mean, it's I haven't seen. Well, it's not that many people probably move to Chicago from New York, but I'm gonna tell you, it's
I just
places in.
shared you something too, by the way. If you want to check that out, and
What's
it
that?
kind of to what we're talking about.
What's that?
I just emailed you something.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me check. But, like, the thing about the Midwest is, I mean, it ain't that. I can tell you this in short. It ain't that problem. Like, just say if you got, and then people have already done this. I'm sure they probably done this before I was born. If you got $300,000 in New York, well, you know, you can take half of that to some parts of the Midwest. It's just, even just say Illinois, and then basically, you can buy you a property, and
Mm.
probably already move in ready, you know. Um, and then you can go do with it as you wish. Obviously, rent or get a renter, or now Airbnb. I mean, that's just all I know. I mean, as far as obviously kind of moving, you can actually move, and
Yeah.
of course, and your house will be paid for, in full. Like mine, my house is I ain't that white dude can't call me talking about I owe him anything. Not a fucking red cent. I paid everything. I made sure this is what I did. I took the white man's money from my job, and I paid another white man for his house. And I fucking that's why I did it, man. I knew jobs and shit. I don't really do jobs necessarily well.
Mm.
I just, I've always had problems getting fired because of some bullshit because I didn't kiss enough ass or I didn't kiss enough ass that week or that month. I mean, it's always been, who've always been a problem with me and jobs, and it's always been a white woman, you know. It's all like that is the fucking like the master as far as in the video game of corporate America that has always slayed me. It's a white woman, primarily 35 plus,
I was gonna say,
married or unmarried, it doesn't matter. The unmarried ones are the worst. The married ones ain't no better. Probably
mhm,
driving a husband to the fucking early grave.
mhm,
I'm looking at this here, and it's like, I'm trying to see what I'm looking at, and it's
the PDF.
yeah,
If you're not downloading,
yeah. I'm looking at it, yeah, right now as we speak, real time.
okay. So that is the bank on. That's an older one, but it's a bank on life insurance report.
Oh, okay, okay,
The similar premise to Coley, and Boli's are invested in for retirement accounts
okay,
because the fee is guaranteed,
okay,
right? So those
yeah,
pension funds, like at Lehman Brothers, that failed,
uh,
or City Bus Pension Fund, because
mhm,
especially with black folk, well, I got a good job. I drive for the city. I'm gonna have a pension.
mhm,
Yeah, but there's other ways you could do it. I want you to look up a book called The Power of Zero. It talks about LIRPs, LIRP, life insurance retirement plan. Get ready to drop another bomb.
okay,
With your retirement accounts, your 401k from your job, you can, as of 2022, put in a maximum of $20,500. With an IRA, an individual retirement account, or an annuity, you can put in a max of $6,500 if you're under age 50.
wow,
Or however, with a LIRP, a life insurance retirement plan, if set up properly, there is no limit to the amount of money you can put into that and use it for retirement. Again, life insurance, not death insurance.
mhm,
So, remember I was telling you folks like Donald Trump how he paid $750 in taxes because of a modified endowment contract,
mhm,
which is stuffing ass loads of money into a cash value life insurance policy and taking the money out tax free at a later date and time
mhm,
after it's grown at its compound monthly interest,
mhm,
right?
mhm,
So say you take $1,000, $2,000, $10,000 a month, right? And like I said, and it's growing at a 2% monthly compound interest rate, just 2%,
mhm,
right? I'll be very conservative here.
mhm,
Because shit, the maximum you're getting at Marcus Millichap is 0.5% a year, and people are happy about that. So 2% a month, but you're stuffing $10,000 a month in there. And
mhm,
everybody's getting 2% compound interest. So whatever the last balance was, you're getting 2% on top of that this month, right?
mhm, mhm,
And you can then take it out tax free. So you mean to tell me you ain't gonna stuff $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a month away for 6 months and be able to pull out two, three, four, $500,000 tax free. Because maybe you put in two, three, four, $500,000, but you're letting it sit there grow at 2% interest monthly. So after 6 months of sitting there, you got $300,000 to pull out. Arbitrary numbers, obviously, this isn't exact math, but you get the idea.
Mhm.
Okay?
Mhm.
So these are strategies that we have to learn how to use, and like you said, it's the mindset. But a lot of it is right. I don't know if you were there for my brunch, one of my earlier brunch and wealth, the last Black History Month last year with Eugene Mitchell. But I also heard you mention the shorty who was talking about Nipsey.
Mhm.
In the song Rap Niggas. I ain't nothing like these other rap niggas. $1 million life insurance on my flesh, nigga. We gotta have more rappers saying stuff like that too. If we're
Mhm.
gonna get to the music and stuff. But
Mhm.
he got more than $1 million worth of life insurance, right? Let me
Mhm.
break it down for you because you were talking about generations, generational wealth, generational education, generational passing down mindset of marriage, right? So now the
Mhm.
next thing is this, right? Because we look at shit like life insurance and we look at it too small. Remember, I told you black people buy life insurance more than white people, but we buy it wrong.
Mhm.
So the average black person will buy maybe 1 year's salary of their worth of a death benefit. I make $100,000 a year. I buy $100,000 worth of life insurance.
Mhm. Mhm.
Experts will say that you need about 10 to 20 times your income. So if you make $50,000 a year, you need $1 million worth of life insurance. 50,000 times 20 happens to be $1 million. So if you died last night, you're leaving 20 years of your lifestyle for your family
Mhm.
at $1 million. That's not a lot of money now if you look at the scheme of things, right?
Mhm.
But most black people have less than $250,000 worth of life insurance. Now, then this is why I call myself the all-star advisor, right? Because I just took you to a second level. Get ready to drop that bomb. So
Okay.
now, and this is without building an irrevocable trust, but this is also why you have things like money market accounts with Marcus Millichap, right?
Mhm.
Here's what your grandfather probably, unfortunately, didn't get the chance to teach everybody, or people didn't take heed. Because my own family tells me, Alonzo, I know all I need to know about life insurance, but then does shit like owns a barbershop and gets locked up and needs $20,000 from somebody for bail money when you could have had it in a life insurance policy. I'm not throwing shots at you, cuz, but this is the real shit. And
Mhm.
I don't know if you're listening or not, but it is what it is.
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
Not,
I'm
not
just
you,
I'm trying to give you some information from like different sources of what I'm looking at. I'm
no, I'm talking
browsing. Yeah.
the person I'm speaking on.
Oh.
I'm not throwing shit. So I don't know if he listening or not. So that's why I said I'm not throwing shots at you, cuz. But this is I like when I speak from, well, like you said, black pill, right? So you speak of reality. I don't fear the consequences because there are none, because
Mhm.
these are the conditions that niggas is living in. So
Mhm.
you know,
Mhm.
unfortunately, what needs to happen is this, right? If you want to leave $50,000 a year for every year for your family, every year
Mhm.
in perpetuity, how do you do that? Well, right now we're in a 0.5% or 0.5% interest rate market. So a
Mhm.
good financial advisor, right? Your Smush Parker would just give you that $50,000 life insurance policy and replace your $50,000 income,
Mhm.
right? A decent ball player, Lamar Odom, is going to say, nah, you need $1 million because it's going to cover $50,000 a year for 20 years, right? That's Lamar.
Mhm.
Now,
Mhm.
Kobe Bryant is going to say, but you want to leave $50,000 a year every year in perpetuity for your family.
Mhm.
So you actually need $10 million worth of life insurance. Why? Because after you get this $10 million worth of life insurance, when you die, you're going to send your family to me. They're going to come to me or my company and say, hey, my grandfather just died and left us this $10 million. Or you're going to put it in, your will and estate plan. When we get this $10 million, it rolls over into Marcus Millichap money market account that gets 0.5% interest. What happens to be 0.5% of $10 million? It just so happens to be $50,000. So if you leave that in that money market account, that you died and left $10 million in that money market account, and knowing that your family can only live off the interest, they're gonna live off of that $50,000 forever.
I mean, man. I mean, it's man. I'm listening to everything you talking about, and it's like, man. The first link I gave you in the private chat is some story about Geico and some chick in some car that caught a STD and they had to pay it out. The
Looking at
second
it.
the second link is my private group in on Facebook. It's the it's pretty it's ain't that many people. It's a couple friends. I guess I'll put this in my regular chat as well. You know, I don't really broadcast that. So it's one of my groups that I have started on. It's just basically a wealth group, small little wealth group or whatever. Talk about stuff and all matters relating to wealth. I posted this video to it. So yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm thinking about it from a perspective of trying to get my head wrapped around it as far as that it is wealth out here. It's concentrated into certain groups though. Do you agree with that? You mentioned Trump. What do you think about Trump? Are you a pro-Trumper, or are you indifferent, or you hate the guy or whatever? He's just a Nazi that, was a white supremacist,
I was a Trump voter the first time,
Okay.
uh, but I was also during the Obama run when he ran against Mitt Romney. I voted for Mitt Romney.
Okay.
Uh, but Joe Biden, technically, for my industry, is kind of good if he does what I want him to do, which is what I wanted Mitt Romney to do,
hmm
which is make me a fucking rich man by.
You stopped talking. I don't know if that's you still there.
Yo.
Yeah, you cut out like for about 30 seconds, I want to say.
All right, so I was talking about Trump.
Yeah,
Uh,
after you said you wanted Biden to be make you a rich man by something or
so basically, what I wanted to do was the same thing I wanted Mitt Romney to do, which was make me a rich man by privatizing retirement. Privatizing retirement meant that more people were going to seek out my services to purchase retirement accounts, um, which is something you can purchase from your insurance agent.
right. And is that an annuity, or is that a IRA, or is that like all kind of different products?
Six and one, half dozen in the other. They're the exact same thing. They're just labeled something else,
Oh, okay.
right? It's like, um, well, you probably won't get the reference because I think that's a New York term. I just learned it when I moved to New York, but it's like calling a fire hydrant a Johnny pump.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's the exact same thing. But if I told you, "Hey, get the Johnny pump," you'd be like, "What?"
A soda or a pop.
Yeah, exactly. It's a soda or a pop.
We
Right?
call them pops here. And down south, I think they call them sodas.
Up north, we call them sodas.
Oh, okay.
So, and I know out there y'all call them pops.
Yeah, we call them
Let's
pops.
get a cold pop.
Yeah. I just bought some pop today from the gas station.
Yeah.
Not good for you. But yeah.
Well,
But yeah, you it's just different terms, for kind of similar things, right? So,
yeah. But when you're looking at like, I'll break this down real quick before I get back to the Trump thing because, like I said, they were good for us because I was going to sell more annuities, IRAs, 401ks, 457s, TSPs, retirement accounts. That's all they are. So they basically, for example, retirement accounts are not, they're only that to the public. What they actually are is internal revenue codes 401k is not an account. 401k is IRC, or Internal Revenue Code, section 401k, just like IRC 7702, which is an insurance loophole. Insurance Revenue Code 7702. See, the wealthy learn about this stuff. You remember back in our schools, we used to have this thing called home economics, but all we learned how to do was bake chocolate chip cookies. See, when I
Mm-hmm.
went to college, I went to University of New Haven, but I went for music and sound recording because I wanted to be the next 50 Cent. Little
Mm-hmm.
did I know a few years later I would be the next 25 Cent because I got shot half as many times. But I love that joke. I do.
Damn.
Uh, but what I ended up falling in love with in school was my macroeconomics class.
Okay.
And economics is something that's crazy because you know what I'm saying? Like that little again, you said it when the first hour you was like, yo, in the last half hour you just dropped ba da 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 da.
Man, you been dropping bombs all night, man. I wouldn't be man, I ain't gonna go there, but shit, you been dropping more bombs than the probably Ukraine dropping on Russia, man. I mean, well, they ain't dropping none on Russia hardly, but they
That's
dropping them
how
on their they
drop
dropping
some.
them on their positions inside of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, man. It as far as it's just going okay back to Trump or even just the elites, do you think that this system is or society is equitable or not equitable as far as wealth attainment? Um, what's your take on that?
In America, everybody has an opportunity to attain wealth.
You think everybody okay? But do you think that black people have the same privilege as far as white people to attain it, or is it kind of
It
a
varies
little
in
different?
price. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of them. Yeah, I'm a bootstrap dude. Don't get me wrong, right? But
Mm,
I'm not one of them. I'm not like fucking stupid or blind. You know what I'm saying?
right. Yeah, I'm like, okay. I don't think. I mean, New York and Chicago is, one of the things. Here's the thing, as far as wealth, because I'm a researcher. And one of the things that people don't know about me as well, as far as in my brain, in my megalomaniac brain, because I actually looked up the word megalomaniac, and I discovered myself looking back at me. I'm a megalomaniac, unfortunately or
Me too.
fortunately. So one of the things about being a smart guy, whatever, and focus on trying to get a better life for myself and my family. um, I'm a researcher, just not in the same case as the guy that researched and wrote the book about the black upper class. I forgot his name. I did an actual video about him, but I think but uh I do have knowledge of I've spent research time researching black wealth in America. I'm probably more of an expert than
But
somebody
that
else is.
statistic, I think that's more than evident when you drop that statistic of the percentage of black millionaires.
Yeah, I actually know the different places where black people live that are wealthy. I know to a certain extent, and I don't even want to share it because I'm the type of person. I'm aware, like, you know it might be some people watching me that might do some people harm, or might take my ideas and use it to do another school AR-15 shooting or some shit. So I don't talk about everything, but I mean, I know the enclaves of the I know all if as a person that talks about black wealth. I am a black man, of course. I mean, I can't separate myself from that. And I don't want to. Some people actually want to, but I'm not one of those. But the thing is that I do know quite a bit about the black wealthy in this country. I've actually worked for a contract company that David Stewart, the second wealthiest black person in America, um his IT company briefly when I worked for Abbott Labs, which is another company that has god money, like just ungodly amounts of money. They own, they make Similac. We all know about that, and you know,
Sure.
and they also sell insurance. So they got the old people and they got the young people,
Mhm.
the super young people.
That's right. And it is on them motherfuckers.
Yeah, so
Freaking
they got
small farmer.
yeah, they got a lot of different pharmaceuticals, a lot of different tech as far as health technology and instruments and stuff like that. So the thing is that I say all that to say yes, I've been researching. I come from a family that my grandfather was a multimillionaire business owner. He had a degree in finance from you know, Mississippi Valley State. He went to briefly the University of Maryland to try to finish up his master's degree. He lived in New York. He said he lived in New York briefly, and he immediately got priced out. He cannot hang with the high rent costs probably at the time, which was probably want to say somewhere in the 50s, probably early 60s. uh and yeah, like he pretty much was a black elite, so I do know quite a bit about the black elite in America. You know what I'm saying? And I say all of that to say that yeah, I mean, it's attainable, but it's not necessarily, I have to admit, attainable for everyone, in the sense that it's not easy. Like for example, the movie The Banker. I never forget my last conversation with this white guy that worked in a local auto sales shop near me. He was a junkie because I could see the tracks in between his fingers. He don't know that I seen that, but yeah, he's shooting up heroin in his fingers, and I was talking to him, I was waiting on my loan to process because I was trying to get a car because my van was going out, and I was trying to get a cheap car, and while I was waiting for the processing to go through for the loan application, I was talking to him. I was like, so what was the richest you've ever been? And this was just basically like an 85 octane white guy. I mean, he he probably, the highest he's ever gotten was probably 87 octane. You know, jack of all trades type, worked as a construction laborer, construction worker, as a mechanic. He did mechanic work for the Arabian guy that has the auto sales shop. So
Mhm.
he said the most money he's accumulated was $100,000. And I was like, okay, that's not bad. And I was talking to him about, basically his white privilege that he had. And he he was like, he kind of agreed like with me. Like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much attainable. you know, like, and then I talked to him about The Banker, the movie The Banker, that I still haven't seen,
Mhm.
that I want to see. And in the story, pretty much in the synopsis of it, is they got some just like kind of, regular degular white guy, dressed them up, cleaned them up, showed them the language as far as finance and how to talk and act, so he can ask for the loans, and they got him to get the money so they can fund their business operations and success. And I was talking to him, and I was like, pretty much, it's pretty easy. Why didn't you ever, you know, take that on or whatever? Not saying it's easy for white people. Trust me, it is. I've been around this motherfucker. I've been all over this country. I mean, I've been, down in Illinois, Indiana. I mean, it is some financially challenged white people all over this motherfucker. I
Mhm.
mean, you know, they got the same problems that black people got, if not even worse. You know, because see, one of the things is that black people do have a concentrated middle class, and I can get back into that or explain that, but I've already done it. But the thing is that yeah, white people have a lot of financially challenged um parts of the country, and a lot of mobile homes, and they do the same shit like black people do. They'll I'll drove past I'll you'll drive past a mobile home complex or whatever, and you'll see modern cars, like new cars in the driveway,
Mhm.
just like if you drive around Gary, Indiana, these people love their cars. And one of the things about being out here, I kind of focused on the cars a little bit more. I start to think about it. The the reason why they like their cars so much is because the houses ain't worth a shit. And
Mm.
it's like the car, and then even also because it just outside even the house, the car, like you might a lot of people don't even have a house. It's
Right.
why I'm definitely gonna teach my daughters, don't just look at the car. Look at where they live. If you
Mhm.
trying to look at a guy and then he looks good and he got a car, okay, cool, but you know, ask him to show you a picture of his house and then
Mhm.
see how he looks. Because see what guys will do is and I ain't knocking nobody. I've definitely done it probably a gazillion times. You get a nice car, but you sleeping on your sister's couch, or
Mm.
you living in an air mattress in your sister's basement, or sleeping in your mom's room, or old bedroom that you grew up in, and you got a nice car, you got a
Mhm.
whatever brand new car.
Yeah.
I've had a brand new car, and I still had an apartment though. Now at that time, I
Mhm.
actually had an apartment. I had three cars, but um, I've had new cars, and I've lived in my grandma's basement.
Mhm.
So the car thing is just kind of a representation to kind of show that you fronting that you actually doing better than what you are.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
put you onto a flex real quick,
okay.
and this is one thing, and this is how you can also separate wealth from having a couple dollars. I don't say rich because rich is somewhere in between, but wealth is like this. So I used to work at Macy's and Herald Square, 34th Street. I ended up being the top salesman in the cellar, so I went to furniture and mattresses. One of the things that I used to tell people when they used to come to buy mattresses from us, so when I used to see hood people come in with Louis Vuitton bags, and then they sit on the Sealy Posturepedic on the ninth floor in Macy's on 34th Street, I would shun them. I'd be like, yo, what kind of car you drive? Oh, I drive a BMW 3 Series. All right, so you spending $600-700 a month on your car payment. Well, I gotta be comfortable while I'm driving. You're gonna spend 3 hours a year combined driving back and forth to work in this car because your drive to work is 15 minutes.
Hmm.
This bed you're gonna spend 1/3 of your life in, and you're only gonna spend $700. Buy this heirloom that's a $10,000 to $50,000 mattress. Now, people be like, well, why would I spend $50,000 on a mattress? Because again, you're gonna spend 1/3 of your life in it. It's what you sleep on. So also we have to instill those generational values of purchasing certain things. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm a label whore, right? Like all my glasses are Burberry, right? That's just I like Burberry and London Fog. It's just
Hmm.
brands that I happen
I
like.
got some London Fog shoes.
Yeah, London Fog is popping, man. That's the
Hmm.
original Burberry. You know what I'm saying? I only wear Calvin Klein undergarments, right? Because I like the way it fits, not just because it's Calvin Klein, but Well, partially just because it's Calvin Klein, but also because I like the way it fits
Mm-hmm.
because it's Calvin Klein, right? So there's just certain small things, right? But
Mm-hmm.
you won't catch me. Also, you won't catch me with a Calvin Klein shirt with a huge CK across my chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have the small label where you got to look for the tag to find out that it's Calvin Klein and not just a white T-shirt,
Mm-hmm. Right,
right?
right, right.
So those small things, like even like I said with the cars, but then we are, especially our community, will shun spending. Bro, the mattress I have is called Heirloom. It was a $15,000 mattress when I bought it from Macy's in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it was king size. Don't get me wrong, but it
Mm-hmm.
was 15 grand. When I
Mm-hmm.
see niggas came to that Macy's, they would look at me when I brought them to the $10,000 bed like I was crazy. But they'd be coming in draped out in Jordans, Off White, Balenciaga, Yeezys, and Louis Vuitton bag.
Mm-hmm.
But I also realized that it comes from right. Like I'd be flexing on my homies because I'd be like, "Yo, what you do with your tax refund? Oh, you went and bought a new Lexus from that buy here, pay here. I sleep on your new car."
Mm-hmm. All that's what you say about your mattress
Yeah,
that you got. Okay, okay.
because
Yeah,
I'm
that's pretty much, yeah, like I need to get me another mattress, cause yeah, like I I ain't really comfortable in it. It's some like shit that I just bought from a local little hood store. Need to get me some because it is like you gonna spend a lot of money. You gonna you know what I'm saying? You gonna make children on your mattress. You gonna sleep on your mattress. You know what I'm saying? Like, you
that's
know,
just when you're not feeling good. When you sick, you go lay in the bed. When
yeah, you need a mattress is really more important than your well, it's okay. The level of importance of it is pretty much up there. I ain't gonna say it's more important in your car, but I mean you
it
gonna
is
you
the comfort level. For example, if I want a car that goes, instead of getting the Audi, right? If I want something that's a little luxury, I can get a Volkswagen CC. I actually like VW, so I'm gonna do my video on cars on the VW line instead of the Porsche because I want to do like what $100,000 would be compared to a Jetta versus a Passat
hmm
versus a CC
hmm
versus a Touareg. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Um, and I know those lines a little bit better. I know Benz is in and out because I like Benz.
hmm
Um, but I ain't got Benz money right now. I was about to get this E.
see, here's the thing. Here's the things with Benzes, because I've had about, I've had, how many Benzes have I had? I've had about three of them so far. A Benz, you can get, anybody can buy a Benz. This is what I mean, primarily used, right?
Nobody can't
Get,
afford.
but the problem with the Benz is not everybody can afford to fix it.
Hmm.
That's where, hold on. That's where the Benz situation is. You could buy everybody can buy a Benz. You always see them around tax time. People get you see brand new Benzes, but then after about 6 months or even sooner, you start noticing why it was for sale, and
Mm.
that's where it becomes a situation where do you have Ben's money to get it fixed? W's ain't no better.
Yeah, no, that's what luxury cars are about. It's just I have this badge. It's not just that they're better cars. It's just you're saying I have the money to spend all this money on expensive maintenance.
Yeah, you gotta all of those cars, all of those foreign cars,
Hmm.
um, even the Japanese cars, you really have to have money to get them fixed. It costs more than a domestic to get fixed, and then you have to go to specialized shops because if you take your car to some guy that just he's primarily used to working on domestics, he'll fuck your car up because he just doesn't know how to work on Japanese cars. Like That's happened to me before. Like I've just taken, my Toyota Camry to some like Mexican shop, and then they don't really know what the fuck they're doing because they're not used to working on Toyotas. But if I take it to a motherfucker that a Korean shop that primarily works on Toyotas and Korean cars, they'll probably know what the fuck to do. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of exports. You you gotta. A lot of times that's why certain shops they'll say foreign and domestic. But
Mhm.
if you just
I got
go to a domestic that primarily like even certain cars like let's just say Volvos. Primarily, you Volvos are a certain type of car that you probably want to take it to a Volvo shop, and
yeah,
it might not be nowhere near where you live. So that's where it gets complicated to where how long is your paper, you know.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying? It goes that way with those cars. I mean, honestly, bro, all of the cars now because of the tech in them, because of how high tech they are and how expensive it is to repair cars nowadays. It ain't really. I mean, domestics ain't no better as far as just how things are. I mean, it is better, but it ain't like you gonna go get some car that's a domestic repair for the cheap either, because I mean it's just like the new cars, they have a lot of high technology in them, and then to be competitive to the other manufacturers, they have a lot more going on with them, bells and whistles. So yeah, that car repair industry, the warranties and stuff, that's a whole nother monster as well, because I mean that's why you get all these phone calls and shit about warranties, because that's a pretty big business. And it really, to be honest, a lot of times that shit is helpful. Like a lot of women, they don't understand about cars and stuff as far as car repairs. I think a lot of women should have um some type of car warranty, because they definitely don't be knowing what to do. My sister, man, be blowing cars up.
damn.
She don't be knowing what to do with no cars. But yeah, man. As far as like, I forgot what we was talking about. Of course, I dipped off into cars. But yeah, I know what we were talking about. Yeah, we were talking about I was talking about the white boy and shit with the white privilege and shit, like as far as wealth attainment. Um, the thing is that I to be honest with you, I probably do need some white friends. I'm be honest with you, or some white guys that on the team, because I'll be honest with you, like a lot of a lot of the it's like kind of the businesses that are successful, man. You can't escape the it's not like you can just go into your own little private enclave. I mean, I guess, but you gotta go, they call him the man. I mean, I'm the man too, but
In order to be the man, you gotta beat the man.
I mean, I'm the man as well, but the thing is that you gotta have a man involved, I guess, to a certain extent, because they got and it goes back to what I was saying about the millionaire next door. Once I realized who actually had the money, I moved differently immediately. Like when it came down to who had the money as far as culturally, I mean, of course, primarily, white people, but the thing is that who has the money interculturally, because um they all kind of relate and get along with each other, but then they also don't get along with each other. White, you go break it down to European society. I mean, yeah, Irish, they have a history. Italians, all of them. You know what I'm saying? They interculturally intermingle, but it gets kind of, they have little different classes with them as well, and
Uh,
they don't they,
I don't mean to cut you off. I just realized it's 4 o'clock in the morning over here. I'm
yeah.
about to put my hands down, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Watch.
I'll finish up, man, and I'll close it on out. But
Oh no,
yeah,
you keep going, but I'm gonna hop off, bro. I'm
okay.
gonna go rest up.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure, man. Yeah,
Salute to you, though,
great.
brother.
Hey, man, appreciate it, man.
Hey, man, listen, we got to do this again, man. Next time I'm gonna get ready for this Iron Man 8 hours.
Oh, okay, all right. All
Wolf,
right, Alonzo.
salute, brother.
Salute. Okay, yeah. So, um, that was a transition. From 4 hours ago. I mean, I thought this was gonna be about an hour, which is normal for my little lectures or whatever. But yeah, we got the brother on here, Lonzo Hall, insurance advisor, wealth advisor extraordinaire. You want to definitely check his information out. It's in the chat. If you know Alonzo. Um, so I'm gonna finish this off talking about the hierarchy as far as, we talked about how the fact that this is a competition. This intact family situation is a competition. Um, and also, not being able to get along with the man in a relationship is a social dysfunction, and vice versa. Man can't get along with woman. So we're gonna move along to back to we're gonna talk about the hierarchy. You know, I will admit, I'm not necessarily rich, but I have a house that is paid for. I gotta pay for my taxes. You know, I mean, I just had to pay for my light bill, which is combined with my gas bill. So, you know what I'm saying? My utilities and my taxes is what's got to be paid. You know what I'm saying? And I do feel a little guilty that I'm up this late, but I actually can kind of get away with it. I'm in between contracts or jobs, so I'm still looking to get on somebody's payroll. You know what I'm saying? And at the end, but to be honest, I've had this is the longest I've had off from a job in the last 3 years. I've been on contract for the last 3 years, and pretty much I've never took off because I couldn't afford to do so. So I was kind of forced to take off, and I'll be honest, these 2 weeks kind of relaxing, getting some R&R has been extremely needed. At the same time, I've been scrapping and trying to make some money and stuff like that with other things. But um, at the end of the day, I'm fortunate to be able to not have to worry about any rent or mortgage payment. You know, thankfully, so I can finish and stay up a little bit late. Sometimes I'll be honest with you, I sometimes I felt kind of somewhat jealous of people that been able to kind of be able to stay up late and shit like that and be on YouTube, because I shit, when I was going back and forth to the office, I I mean I stayed up some nights, but it was rare that I did that. and it was like a situation where, like, after about 12, I better be getting to sleep so I can get up and get up at about 6 o'clock and get to that office and be there by 8. So yeah, I definitely respect the situation. It's you gotta respect the 9 to 5, even in business. You gotta respect the 9 to 5. It's definitely a sacred thing to respect. But yeah, as far as hierarchy is concerned, you have the monarchs, you have the nobles at the top, the knights, the vassals. The vassals is the counts, the lords, um actually the lords are the nobles, but you have basically the vassals are the barons, the barristers, the basically land barons and stuff like that. Basically the elites, the rich guys, you know what I'm saying? Landholders, estate holders and stuff like that. So thing is that there is a hierarchy in as far as in relation to competition to the intact families. Having an intact family is competitive situation. Like I say, you if you don't have an intact family, if you're trying to do this thing as a single parent, there are some outliers. It's this one chick I follow on Instagram. She made a whole bunch of money in the pandemic when she used, I think she said she used like $10,000 or something, and she started a business, and she progressed that to $1 million, and she was very good at different types of consulting or something like that. And yeah, I mean, it's people that are outliers as far as they were able to do that, but most single women with children are not able to do that. Single men with children are not able to do that. Trying to compete with an intact family, a mother, father, children dynamic, as well as grandparents and extended family and stuff like that of the such, is you're trying to fight. Like I said, it's the equivalent of trying to fight with your hands tied, sitting in a chair, as well as your legs. You're just really not competitive, and that's in that case. And people know you're not competitive, and then they treat you as such and talk to you as such, as well as um, you're at work and you don't have a ring on your finger. You might do things to try to hide that ring. um put your right hand over your left hand in a meeting. All this little like crazy ass shit people do, right? But at the end of the day, they know, and they know your weaknesses. Everybody knows the weaknesses people have. You can hide it. It's going back to the poker face, or the game of poker, trying to bluff. You can bluff only so much. People know, they know what's up. And then it goes into a certain instance of where they expect it, because they influence the rap industry or influence the media, to where they market you to have um a family that's not intact. I'll repeat that. They'll market to you on the media, what you listen to as far as music, what you watch on TV, to basically march your mindset towards a viewpoint of not having an intact family, to influence you not to have an intact family, and think it's cool and acceptable to be a single mom. And that's really what you see a lot going on, and other cultures are affected by that, is that disease as well, that the actual media representations as well. And it goes back to the competitiveness that what we call is families versus families, the haves versus the have-nots. You know, it's a competitive situation where, you know, a lot of times people don't like the fact that they have to be a single mom or a dad, but it's a situation where, unfortunately, um, you know, it's the life you chose. You know, and like I say, I mean, it's a situation where I understand, I get it. You know, it's a situation where you want to have your children, get them out the way, not be a spinster, and that's the case. But you know, you should always strive. You know, like for example, I'm gonna be honest with you, you women that think you have the world or think you have all of these chances once you already have children. Unfortunately, when a woman has children, it's not like men that have children. Men are prized for their promiscuity. Women are, you know, looked at as disdain from their promiscuity. So if you have children, you damn near better be damn near like a slave to a man to actually get him to actually want to stay and be there. It's that bad. Like nobody will tell you that, but I'll tell you to kind of help you out. You damn near like Kevin Samuels didn't want to say that on live streams and stuff like that, but I'll tell you. You damn near have to be super submissive to in order to even entertain the idea of a man, the man that you want. I mean, because you know, because a lot of women can get men that you know they might not like them. They might not like the Poindexters, you know, whatever. But they can get men. They might not be desirable for them, and then that goes into, you know, the whole swag widow thing. Because I, you know, shout out to Dr. Ronald O'Neill. He said, who was this? Who said this? No, that was Edward Anderson. He said swag widows, and that's what a lot of women that have that problem, they're gonna become swag widows, where they're gonna age out to where they all they wanted was swag. Ah. So it is gonna be it's already interesting. You start to see a lot of these women getting older and older, and they're yeah, they definitely are swag widows. And you know that's where that's going to be and stay, you know, and you know they're gonna the thing about it is a lot of these people they work for companies that they see, you know, white folks, they're definitely just as corny if not cornier, but they actually hate the fact that they have to actually punch the clock and actually talk to these people and respect them, because really, to be honest, they don't want to have to respect these people. They but they have to, and it just eats them up alive. I would imagine that they have to really respect these guys that are you know, nerds and corny, that in a lot of positions are above them as far as their supervisors or managers. But you know, soon as they get off the clock, they, you know, disrespect the men that, you know, are their contemporaries. But yeah, it's very much a hierarchy, you know, and you know, in this competition thing as far as what we call life and you know, families and stuff like that. So the final thing is I'm going to conclude, going to run basically conclude this topic, close this out, is that basically, like I said, people are their mindset is that they are thinking about the wrong things, in my opinion, both men and women. You you want to concern yourself with looks and everything like that, but you know, looks ain't gonna pay these bills. You getting your pussy wet, you getting your dick wet ain't gonna pay the bills to keep the house afloat. Being able to be in a cooperative for one another, to for a woman to be able to sit her ass down and shut the fuck up and follow her man, or even be cooperative to a point where you both agree upon shit and then just have a fucking deal, like you have a situation where it's let's make a deal, or the woman is submissive. Those are the two situations where it is what it is, as far as it's a prime relationship. I'll just call it what it is, a prime relationship. It's either it's a let's make a deal type of scenario, or the woman is submissive and she knows how to sit her ass the fuck down, find something to do, and what I'm saying, follow her man's lead. Now, the man has to actually be able to fucking lead. I'm cussing because, you know, I'm trying to emphasize how important this is, okay? And the thing is that the man has to have some type of ability to lead. And, it also is a situation where the man has to be doing something. I do definitely do agree in that regard. I started this off with Dr. Sharazad Ali and her speech on this topic, but this thing is definitely something that it shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be difficult. I know with some women that are not able to, you know, deal with men in a long-term relationship. I would say women like that, just, stay out of it. Stay out, stop messing with men that, want that and shit like that. Just stay out of it. Just stay where you are. And, basically, if you want a guy by yourself, and what I'm saying, just I don't know, pay for a guy. Just buy a guy. Like, yeah, they're available, they're for sale. Just buy them. You know what I'm saying? Pay for all the bills. Treat him with respect if you can. Because if he don't, he ain't gonna do nothing but at the worst try to kill your ass, or try to beat you to oblivion. Because at the end of the day, he's still a man. But do that, or basically just stay out of the way. Stop messing with guys that have their head on their shoulder and trying to do the right thing. Leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? Go on your own little island and stay there, as far as I'm concerned. Stay out of the fucking way. And for the women that do want to adhere and want to fucking like follow in line and shit, you know what I'm saying, you got to work on shutting the fuck up. The end of the day, the only reason why you talking is because you're able to do so. If you want to see what I'm talking about in real time, go fucking watch the war in Russia and Ukraine. What do you think that the women are able to do over there? It's basically, it's a situation where you don't want to fucking even go down that road, because I don't even want to talk about that, because I ain't trying to get my channel flagged. What goes on in war ain't you running your goddamn mouth. And even the women that ain't running their mouth, they still getting stuff done to them that they don't want to get done. I'll tell you that. I'll leave your imagination to it. At the end of the day, the only thing that's making you able to run your mouth is the fact that there's some fucking police that's able to come and make you able to run your mouth, or you being able to call somebody to back you up from running your mouth. At the end of the day, you can't run your mouth. You know you can't run your mouth because every time you do it and the guy leaves, you always want to play victim. When at the end of the day, the reason why he left is because he knew you weren't the fucking in line to be running your mouth because you couldn't you most women what they do is they write a check that they ass can't cash because at the end of the day there's a hierarchy, and that hierarchy is man, woman, child, or even God, man, woman, child. And you running your mouth and fucking spitting poison at men talking about you gonna do this or this, it's just a bunch of fucking checks that you can't cash. And this might sound misogynistic or whatever the fuck the case may be, but yeah, go out into the African safari and go try to talk shit to a lion or a pack of wild dogs and see what your mouth does, And this might be harsh, like I said, but you know, the medicine might be sour for you, because it's what's needed for the sickness. But outside of that, um, for men, it's not every man has to do, stay in this country and deal with the problems that this country has as far as relationships. There's some called a passport. You can go north, south, east, west. I mean, it's that damn simple. But at the end of the day, no matter where you go, if you're a simp, um, pretty much it's not going to work out pretty well for you. You could be a nice guy, but at the end of the day, if you easily taken advantage of, I mean, unfortunately, um, it's not gonna necessarily be a good thing going somewhere where people are very poor, or you know eh, it's no running water or sewage and shit like that, and you just coming with bags of money, um you know what I'm saying, and you thinking that's gonna justify anything as far as you being able to appease them or please them, like basically a sugar daddy um type of situation in America. It just that's not a justification for you to have a better situation. You just basically switching a different location in the world for the behavior somewhere else. I mean, it's not going to correlate. You got to deal with the tough person inside yourself to you know kind of have some type of balance to where you know um, don't lead with necessarily being so goddamn easy all the time. I mean, it's all right, but if it's not a reciprocation, I have a problem with that, and you should as well. I mean, it's not like it's nothing bad to be a nice guy, but at the end of the day, you also have to be ruthless. I mean, this world is very, very ruthless, very tough, and cunning as well. I mean, if you just 100% nice, I mean, you might have some worms in your brain or something. I don't know, but you definitely need to deal with that. But yeah, it's not it's this is not difficult. Even if you probably even never grew up in a household with a man and a woman, as an example, It's something that you can go sit down on the couch and talk about. You can get some counseling. It's something that you can overcome. It's a general. But you gotta take it serious. You gotta look at it as reality. This is if you grew up in a family that did not have an intact family, this is what you call a generational curse. You have to look at it as such because that's what it is. If you look at it like it's a generational curse, then basically will take it serious to the point where you try to work on it and try to overcome this generational curse.